ashrenew.com. We back in here once again for a Q&A. All right. So I got a little background music playing. Of course, I'm not going to play this, but as people are coming into the room, I'll be just kind of switching up some tunes, and we'll get the mood right before we get started. Yo, what's good? What's good? What's going on? What's going on? Anyway, the title of this video is called The Q&A for the Dark Magicians. The reason I labeled this Q&A for the Dark Magicians is because, as we understand, or we should understand, and if you don't understand, allow me to explain it. We understand that 2020, and peace, hi, J City Chick. We understand now that we have moved beyond 2020. We understand that all of the things that we thought could not happen has happened. No one thought the world could shut down. No one thought that, people could just be misplaced, out of work, can't pay their bills, and all these things that we see still happening a year later. So 2020 has peeled the veil off of the mysteries. So again, because we have started a new age. And what I mean by a new age is peace. What's up, Mary Starseed? You definitely did made it this time. So hopefully you enjoy the message. 2020 was the start of a new, not just a new decade, because it was the start of a new decade from 2020 to 2030. But also, because, I've done my research, and whenever a new decade is started under the 4 frequency, because 2020 was the 4 frequency, 2 plus 2 gives you 4. And we know 4 can either take you to Medusa, it can take you to Rahu, it can take you to Uranus, but the common denominator, the number 4 it is the most challenging number. The reason why the number 4 is the most challenging number is because it helps you to establish your foundation, the 4 elements, the 4 directions, so on and so forth. So the 4 direction is all about problem solving. So the 4 will give you more problems to solve. So for the average person, they're trying to, have less problems. But the number 4 gives you more problems. But when you have more problems to solve, you get better at problem solving. And when you get better at problem solving, you can solve bigger problems. Peace, Anthony. So when you are able to solve bigger problems, you can get bigger rewards. So this is why we must look at, and again, I'm always using astrology or numerology or tarot or Kabbalah or any occult to make these things a lot more clear, because this is why we have these skill sets. So even if you don't have the skill set, then you know that you have access to someone who has the skill set. So either way, you can get the game if you are seeking it. So back to the original point of, because 2020 came in as a 4 year, the energy of Uranus, which represents sudden, unexpected change. So because the number 4 represents sudden, unexpected change, that's exactly what we have been experiencing on not just a small scale, but also a grand scale. As I was stating earlier, all of these things that we thought were not possible or could not happen were occurring in 2020. So essentially what we must understand is, because that is the frequency that we came into this new decade in, that set the stage for the next 10 years. Because every time we enter into energy, continues to play out for the remainder of the decade. So essentially, everything that we have been witnessing and experiencing in 2020 is not just going to be something that's, going to be swept under the rug, and we're just going to go to normal like none of this ever happened once, all of the things have been processed. This is setting the stage for what will occur for the next 10 years. So we've already been We're slowly being guided to, okay, this is actually going to be a new norm. There is no old norm. We are going into a new norm. So that's why we keep getting all these pushbacks, and no one really knows what's going on. Decisions keep getting reversed, switched, so on and so forth. Chaos. And rightfully so, because people in our lifetime have not experienced something of this magnitude. World pandemic prior to 2020. I'm not going to say there has never been. Of course, you had the Spanish flu, you had the Black Plague. So I'm not saying this has never happened before, but not in our lifetime, not at anyone who has been alive. So no one who's alive witnessed the Spanish flu or the Black Plague. So this has happened before, but not in the living times. And for a long time, I'm not going to say for a long time, because literally once we started the 21st century back in 2001, that was the beginning of the 21st century. The 21st century started in 2021. And of course, when we go back to 2021, we understand that that is the year that 9/11 occurred. So literally, ever since we've been in the 21st century, it has been an energy of war. So now that we're 20 years into the future, now we are still, we still have conflict with the Middle East if we want to speak about politics. So that didn't change, because I'm telling you, whatever energy was laid down in the beginning of the millennium or the beginning of the decade will play itself out. So this is why 20 years later, we're still dealing with the same things we were dealing with 20 years ago. We have not moved on. People tend to get distracted with politics, but if we look at the actual issues that the world has, it is the same issues that the world had 20 years ago. We don't have a set of new issues. It is always the same issues, and they will do whatever. What's up, Rashad Rasta? They will do whatever they can to distract you. This is why we have spiritual tools. We have spiritual tools so that we can go beyond the distraction, so that we can actually see what's really going on, because you're not waiting for someone to tell you what's going on. Because you don't have to wait for nobody once you know how to interpret the signs and the sigils. When you can interpret the signs and the sigils, you can find out for yourself what's really going on. All of the things that they tell you, and all of the things that they don't tell you. All of these things can be revealed, but you can't expect someone to reveal that to you just straight up. You have to go through the process of seeking out this hidden information. So once you go through the process of seeking out the hidden information, all of the things that you are not up on, you become aware of. Once again, this is the energy of Uranus. This is the energy of the number 4. This is the energy that we started this decade off with. Sudden, unexpected changes. So ever since 2020 has been here, we've been going through sudden, unexpected changes. Some of them been good, some of them have been not so good. It all depends on what side of the scale that you fall under on a personal level. See, this is the thing we must always understand. Everything or every energy has a scale, has a dualistic scale. So it does not matter what occurs in this world, you choose what side of the scale that you want to stand on. Meaning you can be the person that, freaks out, or you can be the person that is your decision based on the information you have access to. So if all you have access to is the media or the news, and all they're going to do is fear monger you, they're just going to pump fear into you, then there's no coincidence that most people stay in beta brainwaves. Beta brainwaves is when you're just on the edge, when you're anxious, when you have anxiety, when you're nervous, about everything. When you breathe very shallow. All of this is an example or beta brain, and that's what you see. Most people are not walking around here in their yogi state of mind, because it takes work. You don't just get into those states of mind, just doing regular things. You can get into beta brain waves just doing regular stuff, because we essentially have to be in beta When we drive, when we're on the job, when there's money to be made, you got to be fully focused and you got to make sure whatever occurs, you got to be able to solve a problem if it arises. So I mean, that beta brain waves is negative. It's just negative when it becomes your default. When it's no longer something you tap into when it's needed, it becomes your default. And it becomes your default when we breathe shallow once again. And it's not necessarily something that is conscious. Because most people are not consciously analyzing and watching their breath, so they really don't know how deep or how shallow their breathing is. It's not even something that they think about. And we're coming into the realization that this is, with the Eastern knowledge and the yoga and so on and so forth. So people are more in tune with it on their own. But you see, it takes work. You have to seek it out. It's not going to known to you unless you make yourself known to it. It's the same thing in religion when it says when you take one step towards the divine step takes two steps towards you. Now the video's kind of choppy. So let me do this because I think I know what it is. So let me actually turn off this and I have one so it's not going to be choppy because I don't want that messing up the audio after this is already completed. So give me 1 second to turn off this setting so we can have this a lot more clear. Turn this off. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Now, make this preference of, again, the reason why I speak to the darker souls, for those who may be wondering, why do I gear my conversations towards the darker arts and the darker minded perspectives? It's the same reason why most people think Satan and Lucifer are the same, right? If you ask the average person, they don't see a difference between Satan and Lucifer. There's no difference. It's just all the devil. The devil is Satan or Lucifer, just another name for the same energy, right? But what we don't understand is we understand that Venus is called the morning star. It's the morning star has nothing to do with Satan or anything dark. The morning star is Venus. So another word for the morning star is Venus. So if you go to Latin, the morning star, Venus, becomes Lucifer, the one who bears the light bearer, the morning star. So Lucifer is another word for Venus, not Satan. That's why Lucifer in the Bible was only mentioned one time. All right? Lucifer is only mentioned one time in the entire Bible. Whereas Satan is mentioned who knows how many times. Who knows, right? If they were interchangeable, then why is Lucifer only mentioned one time in the Bible? And the one time it is mentioned as the morning star. What does Lucifer have to do with a morning star? What does the devil have to do with a morning star? What does the devil or Lucifer have to do with astrology? If we're talking about stars, then we're talking about astrology. What does astrology have to do with any of these things? Why is Lucifer a star? Is the devil not a star? So it's a lot of things that are never explained. We hear these stories forever. I heard the same stories you heard. Biblical stories from the Quran. You know what I mean? All of these stories, I've heard them all, just like you heard them all. It's never explained though. Why? Because some people, again, some people are okay with just hearing the story, and that's that's all they get from it. I was just a person that was dissatisfied. It wasn't enough for me to hear a story. I needed to extract what the story was trying to convey, because the story is trying to convey a hidden message that goes beneath the surface of the actual story. The perfect example of this is the story of Jesus or Jesus or El Cristo Negro, right? We all have heard these stories. All are familiar with the story of Jesus. Whether we subscribe to it or not, we are still familiar with it because it has been forced down our throat. But we understand that there is more levels to these mere stories. One person may take the story and then look at that energy as something that they need to connect to. Hence, everything has to come through Jesus. Some people feel like that. You can't do anything without Jesus. That's how some people feel. No problem. However, we understand that the people that architect these stories were magicians. The architects of these stories were not regular people. The architect of these stories spoke in parables. The architect of these stories spoke many different levels. So, if the author of the book, because we know the Bible is several authors, none of these authors were regular people. That's what we must understand. None of the authors of these holy books, you can put any holy book on the table, none of these authors were regular people. Some people consider Jesus a prophet. Some people consider Muhammad a prophet. Some people consider Buddha a prophet, and so on and so on, and so on, from the east all the way to the west. Right? Peace. What's up, Callie? Peace. So we see, we've all have heard these things. We just don't know what they mean. The stories, but we don't know. In order to find out what they mean, you have to go into the dark. Because the light is not going to tell you the meaning of what it is emanating. Example, you can say every Christian is a follower of Jesus. But no Christian feels that they are Jesus or that they are the Christ. But we know in Gnosticism, which is esoteric Christianity, the teachings are you are actually the Christ. The story is really about you and your ability to evolve. That's what it is. So you are supposed to peel back the layers. And again, this is a Gnostic perspective, not to say who's right, who's wrong. This is just different perspectives of the stories, right? So it's the same figure, Jesus, El Cristo Negro, right? Jesus. It's the same being, whether real or fake, the same person. But there's many different interpretations of the same story. Why does one story have many different interpretations? It's because it is an occult work. Some stories are just on the surface, but these stories are not. This is why it keeps people under mind control. People are mind controlled because of what they don't understand. They do understand is what they don't understand. If you feel like everything that can't be explained or everything unseen is not meant for you to understand, that is, this is just strictly the acts of God, and it ain't something that we have nothing to do with, and it's something that we should just leave alone and let God handle it, which is how most religious people are. They're not trying to figure out what makes God God or why God has the ability to do what God does. That's not the religious mindset. It is more so be a servant or slave to the divine will, which is the right hand path, right? So the right hand path, for those who just may not understand these concepts, the right hand path is you becoming a slave or a servant to your God, whatever your God is. So you becoming beneath them. I guess you were already beneath them because they created you. So they created you just to worship them. So I guess you're just falling in line, if that's the perspective. Then you have the left hand path, which is about you becoming in where there is no God above you. So now we begin to understand this whole right hand, left hand path, because if you journey upon the left hand path and there is no God above you, now we begin to understand the mysteries of Lucifer, or the mysteries of the devil. Because we understand that Lucifer was an angel, right? That's it. That's how the story goes. Lucifer was a created angel who also got sentenced to hell. That's the official story. But what if Lucifer is also about you? What if Jesus and the devil is talking about consciousness? God is a part of what is God, Jesus, devil, all these main actors of these stories are simply aspects of your consciousness. But the reason that I'm taught is because that removes the purpose of going to church or going to the temple or going to the mosque. It destroys the business, and the business must continue on because we live amongst capitalism. So, what does that mean? Because we live in a capitalistic society, that means business over religion. That means business over everything. That means even if you are lying to the people, if they are dumb enough to be fooled by the lie, then so be it. That is the rules of capitalism. So when we see, you can say the wickedness of the world is because of capitalism, right? But I'm not necessarily an enemy of capitalism because, again, everything is dualistic. So just because some people manifest the negative traits of capitalism don't mean the whole science itself is negative just because we see what people may do with their money. You may see that people who have these things and they may not exalt the attributes that you find favorable, but they are capitalists. And this is essentially the whole point of this. The real world. I should have probably titled this the real world. How the real world works or whatever. Because I was speaking about this in the last live stream where we have the idea of what we think the world is or what we want the world to be than what the world actually is outside of your opinion of it. So if we look at the world outside of opinion, the world is capitalist, or the world is ran off of capitalism. Now you can say there's other philosophies. You got communism. You have other philosophies. That's not the only philosophy. However, the dominant philosophy is capitalism. That's more dominant than any religion. That's more dominant than a Jesus. More dominant than a God. That's more dominant than a Allah. Business. Why? Because how can you worship any God and you don't even have clothes to put on your back? Right? So you are forced into a situation where you have to be a capitalist, even if you want to worship your God. Your God, essentially, you can't give your God anything really if you don't have anything to give. And of course, you can say, well, spirits. What is spirits going to do with physical things? All physical things hold energy, or that is non-physical. This is why people create altars. You're not putting apples and oranges and bananas on altars because you think that a spirit is going to actually take the apple and eat it. That's not what happens. They feed on the essence of a thing. So if you put a gold bar on your altar, then the spirit or the spirits, depending on what you created the altar to do, they can then feed on that gold. They're not actually physically doing anything. It's the essence that the gold projects that can be felt by the unseen. The same reason you can hold a gold bar in your hand. I used this example last video. You can hold a gold bar in your hand and your body. It's not necessarily a physical reaction. One of your seven bodies reacts because we have seven layers. If one of those layers are reacting. So this goes back to the point of to be a dark magician And let's use the tarot, let's use the Kabbalah, let's use the tools that we have to help me illustrate this point. So don't take my word for it. Let's see what the science says. Because if we look at the tarot, there's a card in the tarot called the Magician. Right? If you look in the tarot, there's a card called the Magician. Let's give you some visuals. Let's see where the Magician pops up. These are the major trumps. And again, if you're a tarot reader, make sure you at least have this deck. Like, just stop playing around. Stop acting like there is a deck that's better than this. All right. A big problem of why a lot of tarot readers don't access other dimensions of the occult is because of the decks they use. So if you have a tarot deck and it's not taking you to the Hebrew, it's not taking you to the element. Let me give you another example. It's not showing you the planetary attributes. Oh, actually, no, this is not a card. Let's see. If it's not showing you the planetary attributes, you're missing a lot of information that I guess the average tarot reader doesn't think is again, it doesn't make any sense to me why this is done, because I've never done this. You can go back to my very first video I ever uploaded on this channel of me speaking, not my very first video. The very first video of me speaking, I'm showing this deck. And that was in what, 2014. So this is years ago, before people was even on this shit, right? So I'm showing the same deck. So this is, you've been seeing this deck as soon as you've been watching my channel. I've been constantly bringing up this same deck. Somebody asked me, what deck is this? The Thoth deck. It's the Thoth deck, right? You don't need anything else. You don't need anything else. Everything is contained within, because you have every symbol. Again, this is the Seven of Cups. Right? My cards are smaller. Yes, there is sizes. Right? Some people have this deck in a smaller variant. It's fine. Right? This is just the bigger version. So yes, so the average tarot cards are smaller than this. So this is, yes, I can understand. So the average tarot cards, you're not going to walk into the average store and see giant cards. But this is the original size of this particular deck. This is the original size. So the reason why these cards are bigger is because they are supposed to be used more than just giving people tarot readings. Again, this deck was created by Aleister Crowley. Right? This was created by Crowley. Most people are hung up about Crowley, right? Most people don't really fuck with Crowley like that because of his style, right? They may not be cool with him, you know, having sex with other men. You know what I mean? Again, I can put it out there because I've studied all this, and again, I'm not going to be repping this and I don't know about it. I know exactly about what Crowley was into, what he did, what he didn't do, right? However, Crowley didn't. How do I say this? How do I say this? This is where you got to deal with the spirit directly, right? Crowley was given Thelema by Aiwass. For those who don't know the story, Crowley was given, I'm not going to go through the whole story, but Crowley was given Thelema. Thelema is the religion or the philosophy, you know, of essentially, this is all Egyptian, right? So Thelema deals with Egyptian deities. So without getting too detailed, you got Egyptian deities. So in the religion or philosophy of Thelema, you're dealing with Nuit, you're dealing with Babylon, you're dealing with Therion. There's about 7 deities, right? Okay, like other systems. No problem. But this is my point. On this particular deck, you see, it has the astrological symbols. See the 7, you see the symbol of Venus in the card, which is right there. That is the symbol of Venus. And you also see the symbol of Scorpio down here. Right there, that's a symbol of Scorpio. So you see you have the deacons. Those are called deacons. They're in the card. Most tarot decks do not illustrate. Let me see if I can get a better card so you can see it. Look at this one. That's the symbol of Saturn. And that is the symbol of Pisces. All right? So it's giving you a planet and a zodiac, every card, in the minor arcana. See, this is the major arcana. So the major arcana is this, and this is the minor, right? So when you're dealing with the major arcana, it's between 0 and 21. The minor arcana is between 1 and 10. So this just so happens to be 8. So let me give you an example of why this is important in the first place. So let's just say you don't have a tarot deck, or not don't have. Let's just say you have a tarot deck, but you don't have the deacon, right? You don't have the planets. You don't have none of the astrological symbols in here. Tarot decks do not include the astrological symbols, right? So you're just looking at imagery and definitions. So the card may have a definition. Let me do another minor arcana. All these court cards. So a regular tarot deck will have just the definition. So this says prudence, and this is the 8 of disc, or the 8 of pentacles, or or the 8 of coins, right? Boom. So a tarot reader without the astrological correspondence, all they're looking at is prudence. The 8 of disc is prudence, and whatever imagery that prudence shows. Okay, this represents the start of something new. Whatever definition you may put on, because it's the sun. So if you're dealing with the sun, you're dealing with rebirth. You're dealing with regeneration. You're dealing with new beginnings, right? And you're dealing with Virgo. The symbol of Virgo is there. And when you're dealing with Virgo, Virgo is all about self-improvement, right? When you have access to the astrology, you can dig a lot deeper than just giving a basic ass definition. Let me give you an example of what I mean. Right? I'll give you an example, a real live example, but I wanted to show a magician card before I give a live example here. Why? Because I want to take the time. Again, I feel like there's no point in me doing videos if people don't understand what I'm talking about. If I'm talking above people's heads, it's no point in me doing videos. So I'm gonna have to put you up on game. So it's gonna continue to get advanced, more and more advanced. Right? I'm not gonna slow down. I'm with more and more advanced. So you have to keep up. Let me make sure that I update. I may have spoken about all this stuff in the past, years ago. I may have spoken about all this before, but I want to update it. Be new for those who may not have been around, for those who may be into these arts now, but they wasn't into the arts then. You may have been watching me for years, and you may not have ever picked up a tarot deck. All right? And you may not have felt a reason to. Like, oh, you may not be into fortune telling. That's my whole thing. You may not be into fortune telling. This deck is not for fortune telling. You can use it as a fortune telling tool. But again, this is why these cards are bigger. These cards are not just big to tell fortune. These cards are bigger because they're used as tools, psychological tools. That's why it's big, so that you have a more visual effect of what the card is representing. These are portals. These cards are portals. I'm telling you right now, you see the planets, you see the zodiac signs. These are portals. These open up portals. So when you have big ass cards, so you're not just using it just to say like, okay, when is my love life gonna get better? You're not just using it for those reasons. You're using it for psychological reasons. You're using it for occult reasons. You can use these cards to summon spirits and energies once you know what card corresponds with what spirit. You can do so much more than fortune telling. And that's my whole point. That's what Crowley says. Those are Crowley's words directly. These are not my words. These are the one who created this deck said this is not for mere fortune telling. And if you use it for mere fortune telling, you're missing the whole point. All these other tarot decks are strictly for fortune telling. That's why they removed all this stuff. They're not going to show you the astrological symbols. They're not going to show you the Hebrew correspondence because they feel like, oh, what do you need all that for? It's for fortune telling. Why do you need all this extra shit if you're fortune telling? And they're right. They're right. You don't need this extra stuff if all you're doing is fortune telling. But again, if you've been following me long enough, you know that this is not just fortune telling. You can bring these energies to life. And again, because I run with the Egyptian energy, my name Amun Asheranu, so of course I'm going to have an Egyptian-based deck. So that's no coincidence. So of course I'm going to be drawn to Thelema, which deals with Egyptian deities or Kemetic deities if we don't want to use Egypt, Kemetic deities. So of course I'm going to use an energy or a spirit that is Kemetic. So of course I'm going to roll with Thelema, created by Awas, because it was an Egyptian current. or a comedic current. And that's the current that woke me up. The first spirits that came to me were comedic spirits. So meaning when I say came to me, they announced themselves. Meaning like the name was said to me. Like, this is my name. I look up the name and it's an actual deity. So I'm like, okay, this isn't just fake. I'm not just making stuff up in my mind. If I hear the name of a spirit, I type it in and it's real and I've never heard it before because it spoke its name in its original tongue. It spoke the Kemetic tongue, it spoke its name, and I look it up and it's real. I'm like, okay, this ain't something I just made up in my head because I didn't know nothing about it. So the first spirits that came to me and announced themselves to me, not me trying to figure it out. See, there's a difference when you're trying to figure out what's going on. I know when the spirit makes its own announcement. So I'm like, okay, well, the Egyptian currency or the Kemetic currency is what woke me up because it came to me first, and that's how I got into all this anyway. I wouldn't even be into spirits if a spirit didn't come to me. I didn't grow up seeing spirits. I wasn't clairvoyant. You know, some people are. Some people have those abilities. So that was not me. I didn't have no spirit nothing woken up. Like, I got into astrology because I just wanted to know who I was compatible with, like everyone else. I had shallow interests in the beginning, like everyone else, until I realized this is a lot more than what I thought it was. So once I realized that astrology and numerology and tarot was a lot more than what I thought it was, then that's when I gained a new respect and a new love for the arts because it was showing me dimensions that I didn't even think that it was supposed to show me. But let me get to the magician card. Again, I'm just showing all these examples because this would make it a lot more easier for you to comprehend. Meaning, if you have this deck, you don't need another deck. You know what I mean? People be having all these fantasy decks. You don't need no other deck. Right? For example, I have another deck here. Right? I have a Goetic deck. It's the deck. So this is the energy for Scorpio, right? So my personality is a Scorpio, so I actually will resonate with this card, right? So you see this deck is a lot more nicer. It's holographic. It all has the attributes here. So you see that's a symbol of Venus, symbol of Capricorn. You get what I'm saying? So you see it's astrological symbols on this deck as well. Just to give an example. Just quick examples. Right, I'll show one more card, then I get the Magician card. Because again, that's what I was getting. That's not going to serve no purpose for you. So most tarot readers are not into astrology, so that doesn't serve a purpose. So that's why most tarot decks don't have the astrological correspondences, because again, most tarot readers, you can say, are intuitive. Most tarot readers are intuitive. See, when you read, like I read based on mathematics. I don't read based off of intuition. But some people do. And I'm not saying that they're wrong, because if you have clairvoyance, if you have that gift and you can see things, so the tarot helps you to illustrate things and see things and illuminate things within you, that's different. So that's more of an intuitive reader. So for that, if you're a reader of that cloth, right, then yeah, you don't need no astrological correspondences because everything is coming to you directly, you know, if you have learned how to control the ability. However, for people like me who didn't grow up with any of these abilities, right, for everyone else, for the non-clairvoyants, when we read, when we want to decode, we have to be mathematicians. We have to be mathematical about it. And that's why astrology is the perfect tool, because astrology is based in mathematics. Astrology is not based on guesses. Astrology isn't making up anything. Astrology isn't trying to lie to you. It's trying to fool you. It's isn't trying to play you. It's showing you the stars above you, the mirror of the stars. It's a star mirror. Astrology is just showing you what's going on in real time, or what was going on at the time that you're looking up. No more, no less. And it's up to your interpretation as to what you get from that, right? That's when you're a mathematician. When you don't have the spiritual abilities just at your disposal. When you have to develop your spiritual abilities. What's the best form of psychic or spiritual protection? It's not even something that you have to do, really. If you want to be honest, you just need a system. You need a system. We have too many people who are all over the place. They watch my videos, everybody else videos, they watch somebody else videos. It's a bunch of stuff. You just got people just putting a bunch of stuff together and trying to make something out of nothing. And that's not how it goes. So that's why you don't really hear me talking about spiritual protection. I don't have a bunch of videos talking about spiritual protection because I feel if you're doing the work, you will be protected anyway because you're doing the work. You're going through the task of improving your clairvoyance, of improving your psychic ability. So, in order for you to be psychically protected, you must have psychic ability in the first place. So, you must develop your psychic ability in order for you to protect it. It has to be there. So, there's no point of talking about psychic protection without being psychic. Because if you're not psychic, you would have no idea what's going on in. You wouldn't know, okay, well, something doesn't feel right or something does. You have to be psychic to even know if there's a problem or if it's not a problem. You have to have the ability from the get-go. So that's why my thing is to develop your abilities. And the more you develop your abilities, then you know how to shield yourself because you have the ability and you know, okay, this is how someone else would use it. What if other magicians are targeting you? Well, that's spiritual warfare. And if you win spiritual warfare, then you just gotta ask yourself how did you get into that situation like that? Because that ain't something that people just get into haphazardly. Right? You don't haphazardly get into a spiritual war with somebody. No one is just like, I'm about to target. I like this person that I never met, but I'm gonna fuck them over. Oh, because they don't like something you said over a video or something. You know what I mean? I like to think that people are not necessarily going that deep into it. However, how would you even know that they're a magician? Because if somebody's telling you what they do, then they're not real anyway. You don't need to think about it. If somebody's telling you, I'm a magician and I'm gonna fuck you up, no, you're not. You're not gonna do anything. Because why would you tell me? Why would you give me any inclination that you have abilities? Right? So that's what I'm like. We have to read between the lines. If somebody is telling you, I'm gonna do something to you in the spirit world, then that's not how war goes. You're not gonna tell your enemy when you're gonna strike. You're just not gonna do it. So if you're in war, and a person is letting you know I'm at war with you, yeah, exactly. Yeah, we back in here. We back. We back. So apologies for the mishap. Just had to reset my phone. But I saw someone was asking questions. Let me actually change this now. 1 second. Switch up the vibes. Um, let's turn that off. Let's do something simple. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. Yes, the art. Yeah, definitely the art of war. So yeah, back to what I was talking about before. somebody is just threatening you with psychic influence, you don't need to worry about it. Because why would they tell you? Like the whole purpose of doing a psychic attack is for a person not to know that you're doing it, right? Is that not the purpose? And if they're not doing it that way, then what are they doing it for? Why have psychic influence if you're just going to tell people what you're doing? What is the point of developing psychic ability if you're just going to tell what you're doing? You don't need to develop it then. So that's what I'm saying. Anybody who's just putting it out there about what they're going to do with any psychic anything, you ain't got to worry about it. Because if you're really connected, then again, yeah, you know, you move in silence. You're not going to let anybody know why. Because if something was to happen to this person, who are they going to be pointing their finger at? Who's going to be the first suspect? That's the whole point. Oh, that person was clearly beefing with that person, so let's go check out who their enemies are. That's what happens when bad things happen to people. They're looking at their enemies. Who was they beefing with? Who was they into it with? Those become the first targets. So like, oh, this person was in a big spiritual war with this person, then it makes it too obvious or too easy to figure out what's occurring. How can you tell if someone is trying to? It's how I look at things and how other people look at things is different. Meaning, let me give an example. Like when the question was how to tell if someone is trying to, let's just use psychic influence on you, you know if you're psychic. That's my whole point. My whole thing and what I've been trying to say for years is develop your psychic ability. It makes all this easier. Because if you're psychic, then you're going to be able to tell, oh, something's going on here. Right? It's hard to tell when you're not psychic. So if you're asking how does a non-psychic tell if someone is trying to have psychic influence on them, well, you're not going to be able to tell if you're not psychic. How could you tell if you have not awakened your psychic senses? You wouldn't be able to tell. You may be able to feel your intuition is there. Because you see, we have intuition, whether it's developed or not. So you will be able to feel, which, you know, women are very good at anyway, right? Women are all about picking up on vibes, right? It's about the vibes, right? You know when a person's vibes is off. Because yeah, they're trying to do bullshit on people. That's the whole thing. Again, you got people who use magic for low level stupid ass shit. Then you got people who use magic to better themselves. I just so happen to be a person that use magic to better themselves. I don't care to look at people what the fuck they're doing in their home, in their bathroom. You can do all this stuff. I don't do it. Like I don't care to do it. But some people may. And that's pretty much like all the people who use these arts to do bad things to people and to fuck people over. It's like, all right, this is an animal anyway. We have to understand some people may be in human form, but they have animal minds and animal instincts. So some people may like, oh, I just want to see what's going on in somebody else's life. But that person's probably into gossip. You know, how a person utilizes magic is based on who they are. It's the same thing with money. When a person gets their money up, how they behave and how they act is based on how they already was. The money don't make them switch up. It just brings out what was there. That's the same thing with magic. It's just going to bring out what's already there. That's why you have people who get knowledge, but then they shit on people who don't have knowledge. What is the point? What is the point of telling people how fucked up they are because they ain't on game? When you know it was a time when you wasn't on game. It was a time when you was stupid as fuck. So how do you get game, then call the people that don't have game stupid as fuck? It's like calling a person broke because you got your money system up. You figured out how to make your money system work, and you're shitting on people who haven't figured it out yet, who still got to go through those chambers. That's just how people are, who the egomaniacs of the world, right? As soon as you figure out how your life works, then it's fuck everyone else if they ain't got it figured out. Versus The hard work. See, this is the hard work. The hard work is okay. Let me actually help you. Oh, I see. I see you got potential here. Let me see if I can help you put together those pieces that you haven't assembled yet. Just that simple. Because you see the potential in a person, and when you see a person's potential, like, oh, okay, all this person needs is a little bit of this, a little bit of that, which you already have because you did it, and that's it. Using a occult to get away with murder, you don't need a occult to get away with murder. You don't need it. We see what's going on in Chicago. You don't need the occult. You don't need the occult to get away with crimes. You could trust me. You think criminals are occultists? Most criminals are not occultists. Maybe in the higher ups, maybe so. Why so much murder talk? Because we're in America. And people are getting murdered every single day. It's a currency, right? The death currency is real here. Because every time you turn on the news, they're talking about who got killed, right? They're talking about murder. Murder is forced upon us. It ain't. You don't got to talk about it. It's going to be in your face. You're going to go to Twitter. You're going to see murder. Not necessarily that you're going to see it, but you're going to hear about it. Every time people die, we hear about it. Criminals get caught. Some. The animalistic criminals get caught. The ones who are animalistic, they get caught. Every criminal doesn't get caught, but the ones who are refined, those are the ones that don't get caught. Why? Because they're not running their mouth. They're not on social media talking about what they do, they have. They're not flashing money. They're not doing anything that we see everyone else doing. They're not doing any of these things. So you probably don't even know they exist. See, that's what a real criminal is. You're not even supposed to know they exist. But when a criminal becomes an egomaniac, tries to bring attention upon themselves, and they're doing criminal acts, and it's only a matter of time before they go to jail. Because they're bringing attention upon themselves, and the whole purpose is to be mysterious. So if the purpose is to be mysterious, then you probably wouldn't be on social media. You probably wouldn't be doing anything that will connect the dots for people. But we see that's what happens. As soon as a person get in their feelings, they're talking some shit on the internet, shit that they shouldn't be saying, and they wonder why they get caught up, why people was in so much beef. Again, we see these things playing out every single day. Why? Because they're not occultists. Because if they was occultists, it would be a different type of energy. It's the whole point. That's why I teach the occult, so that you can move differently, so that you don't have the same results that we see playing out on the screen, whether the phone screen, the computer screen, whatever. We see how it is. Like, it's hard for me to listen to hip hop music, and I'm a hip hopper. I talk about hip hop day in and day out. I live and breathe hip hop. It's hard for me to listen to it though. I have to apply the occult to hip hop. But is everyone doing that? No. Do I expect everyone to do that? No. Why people like us exist. That's why hip hop has subgenres. It ain't about going to war with people who's talking about stuff that you don't care about. It's all about you craft a lane for yourself to talk about whatever it is that you talk about. So I say, well, you don't hear hip hop artists talking about the dark side. They may talk about spirituality. They may talk about their little crystals, their little psychedelics. But they're not talking about what you're really doing, because you're not even supposed to be talking about it. It's not that they're not doing it. It's just certain things that you probably shouldn't talk about. Like if you're doing graveyard magic, how many rappers are going to talk about that? If we're talking about the real occult. How many rappers have been inside the pyramids? How many rappers have done anything occultish? Like, damn, if I was like, look, we see what these people are doing. And again, I'm just using hip hop as an example. This is all over the place. I can't point at nobody and like I want to be that person. I can't point at not a single person. Like I would want what this person has, or I would want to be doing what this person is doing. It's just not out there. At least not for me as the occultist, because you're concerned with the occults. With the signs and symbols and decoding and unlocking your own mind, you don't care about what no one else is doing. But then you also see why there's so much madness in the world because these people are not occultists. So what are you going to do when you get in your feelings and you want to hurt somebody and you don't have no discipline, no patience? You know, it's a fall back. Or you have the people who are into this shit, then that's when they do spells and stupid shit to people. Or you want to put curses and hexes on people. That's basically, it's the same mentality. That's what I'm trying to convey. Mentality. One person picks up a gun, another person picks up a spell when their feelings are hurt. And all I'm saying is that ain't the way. We ain't out here supposed to be waging war just because our feelings get hurt. Or we may not like what a person said or did. Again, if a person is not trying to physically do anything to you, not trying to cause any harm, even if they're trying to physically cause harm, it's like how can they harm you if you really with this shit? If you're really dedicated to this shit, how can anybody harm? And if they can harm you, you need to readjust or reevaluate your spiritual system. If you feel a person can penetrate it, you need to reevaluate what you believe in and what you give your energy to. If you feel like all a person need to do is put a curse, no matter what I'm doing, the curse is going to penetrate all my deities, all my spirits with some more powerful magic. Thinking about that. It's not to say that you're immune, but you're more about defense. You're not about offense. The occult is not about offense. It's very simple. You're not becoming a occultist to be offensive or to be on the offense. You become the occultist to be on the defense. That's why all you see me in is black. You see, every time you see me, if I'm wearing something, so yeah, even if I don't have a shirt on, it's still blackness. If I do have clothes on, it's black. I wear that. That's because it's the energy of Saturn. And Saturn is about protection. So all the people who need protection just wear black. Channel the energy of Saturn. It's very simple. Those people be thinking this shit. Because again, I don't know, people be thinking in medieval times that you gotta get some items or some ingredients that you don't know where you can find them. You gotta do some spell that's outdated. It's like all that's over with. Magic updates itself. But people don't realize that magic has its own intelligence. Magic will update itself. We don't need to be doing what they were doing in the medieval time. You don't need to do that. There's a 21st century version of magic. Because magic doesn't stay old. It's a living intelligence, just like the spirit of God or a living intelligence or a law or Jesus, whatever people believe in. If these deities and spirits can evolve to the 21st century, then why would magic be able to do it? Why does magic has to stay medieval? But this religion can update to the 21st century, but the occult can't. It doesn't make any sense. That's the main thing, though. People are still approaching the occult with this medieval mentality. Like they gotta piece together some shit that was done 500 years ago. They're trying to do spells that were done 500 years ago. Who created those spells? See, this. People want to imitate. It's like, what is that shit? Monkey see, monkey do. That's people. Monkey see, monkey do. It never crossed their mind to try something new. They spell, okay, let me try to do this. Instead of, okay, let me actually do something new that you probably can't find in a book, that you have to use your own intelligence to figure out. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Then, because when you get results, you realize that, oh, these results ain't from a book or from what somebody told me. This is from my own intelligence. And when it comes from your own intelligence, then you're upgrading. When what you pull from your own intelligence reaps success in your own life, then you know that you're moving forward. Your success is coming from your own ability to problem solve and to figure things out. That's what you're supposed to be doing. But I don't know. Everyone has a different idea is and what the occult mean and why you should access it. But again, everyone is on a different level. So that's why it's different for everybody. Again, everybody's not going to dedicate their life to this. Everybody's not going to sacrifice for this. That other shit to worry about and to figure out. Yeah, so I understand. I know what I had to give up. I know what I had to sacrifice. So I already know it ain't gonna be too many people coming behind because it's people are still attached to whatever that they're attached to. They ain't willing to give it up. They rather deal with their own karma than to let it go. According to the Buddha, karma is created when you don't let go of something that's supposed to be let go. Hence, you're still in the medieval times practicing magic like you're still in the 16th century. Not letting it go, not upgrading to the 21st century. But this is what I'm saying. You need a system. You can't just be watching, I'm going to watch this person, then I'm going to watch this person, then I'm going to watch this person, I'm going to watch this person, I'm going to try to make something happen. And all of these people have a different perspective and a different spiritual. And you're trying to piece something. It doesn't. I'm not gonna say it doesn't work, but it's gonna take a long ass time to figure out something that you don't have control over. It takes a long time to figure out something you don't have control over. What do I mean? How can you control a system that you're not a part of? How can you have control of energies that you don't work with? Hence, I can give an astrological solution to anything. But a person who doesn't acknowledge astrology doesn't mean anything to him. Right? I can give a tarot reading like anyone else gives a tarot reading, and it can be as mundane as possible. I can answer any mundane question too. But the way I answer the question is based on the way the occult is set up in my own mind, the system. The system is the Kabbalah. Right? There's very few Kabbalists out here. That's the difference. You have to dedicate yourself to something, to a system. You can't just be freestyling with magic. If you're trying to get actual results, you don't get actual results by freestyling. You have to actually dedicate yourself to something. So if it's not Christianity, then Gnosticism. If it ain't Islam, then it's Sufism. If it ain't Judaism, it's Kabbalah. Every religion has an esoteric or occult form to it. It's all there. The fact that we pretend like it's not, or like it's hard, or it's dedication is what makes the difference. It's not hard to memorize 22 symbols. That's all you're doing. The Kabbalah is 22 patterns, 10 planets, 12 zodiac, 22 points. That's the whole foundation. The same 22 points. Because if you know those 22 points, you can give a tarot reading. You can give an astrology reading. You can give a Kabbalistic reading. You can give a numerology reading. Once you have your foundation on point. But how many people had a foundation on point? That's the issue. If you can say to yourself, you don't know all this by heart, then you know you still got work to do. That's it. If you want to be successful, you want these things to work, you have to pull it from inside of you. So if you don't even know it, if you can't pull it from within, how's it going to work? How's it going to work if you don't have it committed to memory? Most magicians have their spells committed to memory. Because what if you lose your book of shadows? What if you lose it? This is a whole thing. So the average person, if they lose their book of shadows, if they even have one, you got some people still walking around with no book of shadows, not taking no notes. What happened, if anything? Like, so if you're not even documenting your results, then you're not even in the game. So how are you even supposed to know what works and what you're not even documenting? You don't even have a book of shadows to document your own progression. Not for nobody else. You're just documenting your own progression. Okay, this day I'm gonna work with this energy or this spirit or this, and you're documenting. Why not? You will argue mastering the physical body is just as important as the mental. The physical is last. So it's actually not as important because the first universal law is the law of mentalism. So it's actually not more important. If we're going to base ourselves on the universal law, No, they don't fit perfectly together because there is no universal law that talks about mastery of the physical body. There is no universal law that talks about, oh, just like you need to master your mind, you need to master your body. There is no universal law that says master your body. But it says master your mind. The body isn't mentioned. No universal law speaks about the body at all. It doesn't speak about it at all. So, because they're not on the same plane, they're not equal. Your physical body is not equal to your astral body. If we want to get technical, if you want to get technical, your astral body cannot. Well, I'll say it backwards. Your physical body does not have the same capabilities of your astral body, so they are not equal. Just very, very simply, your astral body does not have the same ability of the physical body. Your physical body does not have the same attributes as the astral body. They are two different things. Your physical body dies, your astral body doesn't. So they're not equal. Your physical body has a time limit. There will be a day where you will no longer be on this earth physically, but you will still be alive, just in a different element, etherically. So there is no comparison. So you can master your physical body all you want, it's still going to die. Most curvaceous woman on the planet, that shit is going in the ground. It's going in the ground. And all that time you took bodybuilding or mastering or building up your body, you could have been building up this. Do you really think that somebody who has built up their mind is not going to reflect in their physical vessel? So this is what I mean. It's things like this is why people are confused. If you think that the physical is equivalent to the astral, meaning that means you don't acknowledge the astral. If you're like, oh, they're the same, you're not acknowledging the astral if you feel like they're the same. Or the physical body can do the same thing the astral body can do. That's you limiting the astral body because the astral body can do way more than the physical, especially because the astral body is timeless. So, but again, people can believe what they want to believe. Don't believe it because I said it. But I really did say it. It's the universal law. I'm just repeating what's already known. Right? I'm not telling nobody to do anything that's not verified. So you're not going to ever see me or hear me say anything that's not verified. The physical vessel follows astral. Exactly. So there is no comparison. Get your astral body dynamics on point, and the physical will follow. Period. There's plenty of people out here with great physical vessels because they hit the gym every day. They do their push-ups. They do whatever it is that they do. If these people are not mentally on point, what does it matter? But that's the thing. We're more concerned with what the physical eye can do than what the physical eye cannot. So of course we would think, oh, it's more impressive to have let's just say, a great body than a great mind. Physically, that's how most physical people think. But this is not the people I'm speaking to. They're not watching this video. People who think like that. They're not nowhere around here. The people around here is like your mental is more valuable than your physical. This is I'm not saying that the physical is nothing, but they're not the same. They're not equal. Just like gold and silver are not equal. They're both metals, but they're not equal. They're not equal value. So it's very simple. I'm not sure why the Goku references keep coming up, but I'm very familiar with Dragon Ball Z. Same thing. Goku is not the equivalent to Gohan. It's just that simple. The astral body and the physical body is Gohan, the astral body is Goku. And there's a huge difference there. Even though Gohan is just that simple. The physical body is the offspring of your astral body. It's just that simple. It's the offspring. Your offspring is not more valuable than the creator or the generator of the offspring, right? But again, this may go over people's heads, it may not. Because again, I know people, again, everyone may not share my view. I'm just here to introduce my view. Oh, sorry about that. Why not master both? Because you're mastering the physical body when you master your astral. You are doing both. That's the point. You're not going to be a master of your mind and not know how to incorporate that in the physical. It happens on its own. That's what I'm saying. The same force that you will put into mastering your physical, you put into your mental, and your physical would be okay. That's what I'm saying. Your physical is going to be okay if you dedicate yourself to mastering your mind, mastering your mentalism. Your physical body is going to be fine. So, versus if you focus all of your energy on mastering your physical body and not mastering the astral, then you're not going to be okay. That's the difference. Because we see that example all day, every day. We see that example. Again, you got people on this earth who have completely dedicated physical mastery, but again, that dissolves. So what's more important? What's more important is your wisdom. That's what's most important is your wisdom. People are not going to be looking at necessarily just what you did. It's also about what did you say. What did you say? It's not about what you like. Anybody can build their body. Anybody who goes to the gym and dedicate themselves to that science can do it. That's available to anybody who wants to take that path. But there's very few people who can develop their astral body. And I'm telling you to take the harder path. I'm not telling you to take the easier path. I'm telling you to take the harder path. I'm telling you to make your life hard. I'm not telling you to make your life easier. I'm telling you to really dedicate yourself to the dark. I'm not telling you to dedicate yourself to the light. So again, my whole law is reversal. The law of reversal. That's the law that I'm subscribing to, the law of reversal. So the law of reversal is basically, oh, I see the majority of the world is caught up with the physical. Let me be caught up with the spiritual. The law of reversal. And because I did that, that's why I'm relevant, period. Because if I were just another person, let's just say who was just mastering their body, who would give a fuck about what I have to say? I can speak about the physical body and what type of workout routines I do. Sure, people will okay. Well, you clearly know how to work out. You know how to hit the gym. But again, most are afraid of the dark because the dark is where you find yourself. That's why people are afraid because that's where you find out who you really are. When you explore psyche, when you explore your unconscious mind, when you see what you really are, the darkest elements of you. Who wants to see that? That's why. That's why people don't want to go around because why do you want to see your devilish side? Most people feel like, why, right? Like, why would you want to bring forth the beast from within you? Well, all you gotta do is look at the Sphinx. What is a Sphinx? The human head with the tamed body, the tamed. Again, I don't want to call it a lion because it may be a dog. Again, there's mysteries about what the Sphinx is, so I don't want to speak in definites, right? Some people say it was originally a lion. Some people say it was originally Anubis. I feel it was Anubis. I don't feel like the Sphinx, that head on the Sphinx, that's later. That's not how the original Sphinx looked. It was a dog. It was Anubis, and it was water because it was water around. It was a symbol of the duat. That's my personal belief. Again, everyone has a ability to make their own decision. Because I've been to the Sphinx in dreams, but I had to do special things to get there. That's how I know this shit is real. Because it's been certain things like I would have to really put the elements together. and I can arrive at the Sphinx. I've been there, I've seen it, and I'm like, but I had to really go through some shit to get there. I'm talking about sleeping on the floor, sleeping like under tables, like really, really, because I'm again, how deep can you really dream if you sleep in a bed with lead springs? Damn, that mind. I wasn't even trying to make that rhyme, but that's just the artist's mind. How do you expect to dream when you sleep on lead springs? Lead is metal, all right? It doesn't work for me. I can't. I'm not speaking for no one. I know if I try to sleep in a bed with lead springs, it's hard to dream. I don't wake up refreshed. I mean, I'll be still trying to get more sleep after I wake up. However, when I sleep on that floor, 'cause when the back is straight, without no metals, it's a whole different experience. My dreams be rapid. It's just crazy. It's crazy. Sleep on the floor. If you're a person that sleep in the bed, sleep on the floor, and I guarantee your dreams will be more vivid. Your dreams are gonna be. Well, I don't give a fuck how cool the bed is. If it has lead springs, then I don't give a fuck how comfortable it is. It's still draining your energy. The lead springs will drain your energy. I don't give a fuck how comfortable the bed is. I don't care how comfortable the couch is. Some people sleep on couches. They still got springs. Springs, which take away your energy, which lower your energy. If you're waking up tired, that's from the metal springs. Because would you wake up tired? Why would you wake up tired if you just went to sleep? What causes you to be tired after 8 hours of sleep, 6 hours of sleep, 4 hours of sleep, whatever your sleep schedule is? So, if you're waking up still tired, then get your ass up. Very simple. Yeah, be the person that sleep right next to their bed. Right? You can put the bed together. You got a soft ass bed, comfortable. But you're the one that sleep on the floor with the bed right next to you, because you honor your dreams. You honor your dreams so much that you will sacrifice your bed. You will sacrifice that couch. So that's the level of dedication you gotta have when you're really trying to make moves and forge new realities. You have to give up the comforts, because although yeah, it's very comfortable sleeping in the bed, it drains your energy. Air mattresses are good. It's not better than the floor because your back is not straight. So yeah, air mattress may be good than the regular mattresses with the spring. But when you sleep on the floor, your back is straight. Your back is not straight when you sleep on the air mattress. That the straight back is what makes the difference, right? You should do shrooms on a live video. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'll be crying. I'll be crying on camera. Hell no, I'm not doing shrooms. For those who know, you ain't doing. I will be in tears. I'll be in tears right now. Why? Because shrooms, it's a different experience. It helps you to release all of the things that's been pent up within you. I be thinking about my mother and stuff. Like, damn, was I really a bad kid? I probably should have been a better kid when I was young. You be thinking about shit like that, crying and shit. But it may be things that still fuck with you from your past that you don't acknowledge. It may be still things that's behind that you need to release. So for me, shrooms ain't really. That's really something I'll do like alone. I'll do it alone or like with a sacred group of people or maybe one other person. It ain't something that I will even want to do around people I don't know like that. It's an intimate experience. I'm not shed tears and I just met this person. Like it's not doing like so. I wouldn't even expose myself to other people that I don't trust when I'm in those type of states. And I'm like, I don't know how effective I would be. What message could I convey when I'm on shrooms? Do a video. I don't even know how that makes sense. Have you had any experience with Ganesh? Absolutely. My experience with Ganesh, I actually worked with Ganesh recently. Like maybe within the last 4 to 5 days. This week, I actually worked with Ganesh this week. Like, that's just how recent I worked with Ganesh. I got the notes. I actually would show you, but I'm on my phone right now. But it's actually, I probably could show you on the computer. But just to answer the question, because again, I always take notes. But Ganesh is the role opener. Ganesh helped me to recently. Ganesh helped me recently to. It was a project that I, and it was hard to get through. And Ganesh helped me to remove that obstacle. So I mainly use Ganesh to help me remove obstacles. Like if I get stuck, I'm doing a project, I don't really know what direction to go in. I'll use Ganesh to to help me get through like a blockage. So that's what Ganesh has done that for me multiple. I've worked with Ganesh multiple times, and he definitely helped to remove the obstacle. Basically, yeah, if you feel like if you have arrived at a mental roadblock, you're not really sure where to go from here, then Ganesh definitely helps to help you move beyond that mental blockage. As Ganesh is the road opener, basically the trickster spirit and the Lord of the Crossroads. So he has all of those attributes. Give me a second. There was a question before this. I know I got my thumb right in front of the screen. Body of stimulation so that you get very absorbed in the dream state. Yeah, that's what fasting to do that. Yeah, so anybody who trying to do that, you can definitely do that with fasting. You have a good point. The longest fasted was 11 days. No food, no foods, 11 days. Almost 2 weeks, no solid foods. And I know it works. Like my energy was so high. Like a woman took me on a date. I got taken out on a date. That's just how high my energy was when I fasted for 11 days. Like, yo, I want to take you out. But then it's like I couldn't shut up either. I couldn't shut up. It was a 6 hour date. It was a 6 hour date, and I was talking the whole 6 hours. All I got is a cup of coffee. But my mouth was 6 hours. Yeah, but yeah, it's just tough. You know what I mean? That ain't something that like I wouldn't recommend a person to fast for 11 days if you haven't fast. But again, I've been Muslim since I was 15. So when you're a Muslim, you fast every year for Ramadan. So that's why I speak about the Quran and the law. That's when I went through my religious. My grandparents introduced me to the Christian. Then my high school friends sent me to Islam, but I was in I had it versions of it. Again, I'm from Detroit. Islam, it comes so I had different versions of that. So I guess for me, fasting is a little easier because for 11 days, if you don't fast, do it for 24 hours, at a time, every day, you got to train up to it. But just to convey the point, yeah, it will have your energy. You're weak, but you're not. It's a sacred space to be in when you're fasting. It's a sacred space to be in. What's up back from hiatus? It's a sacred space to be in. But you everything that I'm talking about. Yeah, watch one of my videos when you're fasting. It'll make a lot more sense. So for anybody who fasts, watch my video when you're in the fast. Like, oh, I see what's going on. Man, without all of the distractions. We can have chemicals in our body, and that's what keeps people distracted. They can be watching the video on YouTube, be on their other phone doing something else, TikToking. Just all type of stimulates from all type of places. That come from chemicals. Because when you don't have any chemicals in your body, you can just be staring at a wall and you can see a whole another universe, and you're not doing anything to fucking share. You don't need a phone. You don't need to type on the computer. You don't need to do all these things that we've been so accustomed to doing. You don't even feel the need to do any of it. No, it doesn't draw you. It's chemicals. Remove chemicals, then you're not even the same person. You completely change as a person. Get the chemicals out of your body. So who you think you are, you ain't. You don't. You're not even who you think you are. Who you think you are is chemical. It's based on chemicals. It's not based on who you really are. Because who you really are is you without chemicals. So you without chemicals is you in a fast. Since you want to know who you really are, then you have to remove the chemicals. All right. How do I feel? How do I feel about throwing hands? I guess you're talking fighting. I don't feel no type of way. I feel like you shouldn't put your hands on nobody. Without reason. Cause it's like for what? Some people, it's entertaining for some people. It's not entertaining for me. Some people can see two people fighting. It's entertaining. Like I don't care about it. Again, really been in that many fights because I haven't did anything to get in fights. See, that's the whole thing. I realize I'm like, if you move a certain way, then motherfuckers don't want to fight you. And again, I know. Again, I was in LA. I was in game banging territory, so like I was around this, getting motherfuckers run up on you from. So I've been in environments where you can go on block and you get pressed and it can be a problem. So I know how those environments came in those environments, but it made me spiritual. For another person, it may make them more violent. It just made me more spiritual. And it wasn't just the gangs, it was also the cops. It's like I was getting picked on by gangs, by cops, when I first got to LA, because I know the culture. When I first came to the West Coast, it wasn't really inviting. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. And I was like, what the fuck? When you come from that, when you come from a place that don't have any of there, of course you got gangs in Detroit, but motherfuckers ain't running up on you, pressing you like that. It ain't that serious. So when you come to a place where it is that serious, you have to be a different type of person. I couldn't be that I was in Detroit, in California, or LA, because whole different environment. So I had to adapt. So adapting didn't come from fighting. I had to be more spiritual. I had to strengthen my mentalism. And after I strengthened my mentalism, none of that stuff happened anymore. It clicked up the spirits. Those things don't happen anymore. Unless I put myself in a stupid ass situation. And I've done that. I put like so anything bad happened to me is because I did it. I'm all like, damn, I did that. So be my own fault. It ain't 'cause, like shit just went crazy. It'd be my own fault. You guys didn't see a lot of that. Like, again, you didn't. It's all on the channel. You guys didn't see me doing all of this, right? You know what I mean? It's all how you hear yourself. And if you're really hip hop, if you're really hip hop, you ain't gonna have no problem. But not really hip hop, you will have a problem because hip hop is the culture. So if you are not the culture, you're gonna have a problem with those who are a part of the culture. Or in other words, I'll say it differently. If you put the because hip hop, I know this because I've seen it. I've seen it. From LA all the way to New York. So can't nobody tell me that this is wrong. I've seen it with my own eyes, and I've been to these places. I've been all over from left to right, down and up. And I was hip hop that whole time. And what did I hip hop that there? That's who you're gonna find everywhere. So when you are serious about your craft and your lifestyle, then you run into more of that. You run into more of that. This happens so many times to me. Just through conversation. I'll be having a conversation. The conversation starts to reflect reality. That's what I mean. Like this has happened to me where I can be talking to somebody about hip hop for 6 hours straight. And then later on that same day, we literally run into a performance. Well, let me just give you that. We talk hip hop 5, 6 hours. We decide let's go to Hollywood Boulevard. Let's what's going on. As soon as we get there, there's a whole performance, a hip hop like a whole hip hoppers who's coming to perform. As soon as we get there, they're coming there. They're running this ass speaker through Hollywood Boulevard. Like they about to set up Hollywood Island. For those who know the area, so that's you can set up and you can do a little performance there. And we literally witnessed that. Well, after a 5 to 6 hour conversation about hip hop, now we're literally seeing it play out right in front of us, and we're just moving and grooving how we're just moving with the spirit, and we end up being glitched. What you're thinking manifests. Then the spirit manifests. Since I'm speaking my words again, they say words become things, right? Words become things. So if you're speaking about a thing or something for constantly, and you're passionate about it, and this is something that you're devoted to, then you have no choice but to attract more of that to you. Hip hop is esoteric. I would say hip hop is more occult than esoteric. I would say it's more occult. Because there's a difference between occult and esoteric. Esoteric is like there's a hidden layer underneath it, but when it's a cult, it's like cultish, right? When it's something is a cult, it's like cultish. I feel hip hop is cultish. Hip hop has a cult like nature. Let's stop pretending here. It's cultish. The same way like people will look at a like an Aleister Crowley cult, the Lima is cultish. Like all these things. I feel like religion is cultish. Like religion is cultish. That's why everyone has the same energy. So you can look at a group of Muslims and you know they all Muslims. It's like a cult. You can look at a group of Christians, you know they all Christians. So that's what's happening when you are a hip hopper. Old school hip hop. I don't know about today's music, but then I'm not talking about the music. I'm talking about the culture. The music is an aspect of the culture, but I'm not. See, fuck the music. Again, I said this earlier. I personally don't really. I'm not listening to too much of it. It's only a couple of artists, that I really listen to anyway. Because again, I'm an artist myself, so I would be. I listen to my fucking self. That's what I listen. I listen to myself, right? Which I'm supposed to do. Because if I want to tap into my deeper aspects of who I am, then no, you can't do that for me. So as a hip hopper, you're supposed to be creating your own music. But you see, people get it twisted. Like, okay, I'm gonna be an artist and I'm gonna be a rapper. That don't means. Meaning you can make music and not want to be a rapper, just so that you get into the vibe that you want to be in, right? If I wanna get into a cult like vibe, I have to turn on my music. I can't turn on nobody else's music. It don't work like that for me. Want to get into special places, I have to listen to music that I created. I can't listen to music that someone else did because I have to do that for me. So as a hip hopper, not a rapper, as a hip hopper, you create your own music for you first and foremost. Now, if other people enjoy what you're doing for you, that's something else. But essentially, the reason why you're doing the music is because it makes you feel how you want to feel first and foremost. And then and if other people feel the same way, then that's a plus. But that's not why you're doing it. Cause right, like if we talk about old school hip hop and about getting a record deal, cause what was hip hop before record labels stepped into the picture? Before the record label stepped into the picture, you had to get your name up in the streets. You had to demonstrate your abilities in the street. Then when they had the hip hop parties, you came to the parties and you demonstrated what you were love. So if you was a dancer, a b-boy or a b-girl, you came to the parties and you demonstrated your ability. Peace. What's up, the silent observer? For the gym? Well, I'll just ask you, well, what planet controls the gym? If you think about all the attributes of the planet, what planet will be in control of the gym? And once you figure out what planet that is, then do a mantra that corresponds to that planet. It's just that simple, right? Everything you do is to a planet. Every activity is connected to a planet. It's all about you discovering what planet controls that activity, right? But let me put on something, right? Let me put on something. I'm talking about all this hip hop shit, right? I think I got some music here. I may have some music. Let's see if I have some music. Let's listen to this. Yeah. Yeah. See, when you are a hip hopper, you can do something that no one else can do. In terms of everyone else who does the same, you're still able to manifest something unique and original. And that's the beauty of this all. Unique manifestations. Anyway, just little things like that, you know. So if I'm spirit or so-called spiritual, I wouldn't consider myself spiritual or cultish. So like my mentality is more cultish than spiritual, right? It's more cultish. What do I mean by that? It's more of a yeah, I see Killer that Killer Priest rhyme, 1998. Listen to heavy mental. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. You see, true hip hoppers is shit like that. They're like, oh, it preach heavy mental. Let me. That's what they call hip hop heads. So when things are mentioned, you know it represents your hip head. Oh, okay. So somebody else know nothing about heavy mental. It was just a lie to them. They don't understand the significance that. It's just things like that. But when you will hear the significance that has, and that's what gives music depth, because you know like oh, it's a lot of references that really mean something. I mean, you ain't just talking about bullshit. You're talking about a classical album. You're talking about legendary music, right? Let's see. Um, yeah, it's just all type. It all depends on the mood. Like I got my own little playlist of me. It's music that I made. Well, like music I made, and I've been making music like 10 years or some shit. Like 2010. My first record came out 2010. So yeah, 10 years ago. It's crazy to feel like the same person, but yeah, I am that person. I'm still the person. But that's what music helps you to crystallize. It's your book of shadow. It's not about being a rapper. It's not about impressing the world. It's about you. This is documenting your own journey, your own path. You just heard something I did 10 years ago, right? This is before the occult. So everything then that was just verse one. I'll play the rest of it because I did a 16, but after that 16, I do 32 bars because I just wanted to switch it up a little bit. This is 10 years ago, so let me just give the all right. Just listen to a couple words real fast of what I was for 10 years ago. Then we can stand the evolution, right? Let's see, where was I at? Yeah, I'm just giving real examples. So you see that I'm not just a person talking about this shit. Like I'm showing you the tarot cards, decoding the tarot cards. I'm showing you that I produced. I'm letting you hear it. And of course, I'm making beats all the time anyway, right? So I just try to convey that it's more than just a person talking on the screen, right? There's actual works and efforts done. This is not something I'm being paid to do. This is me taking my free time. Like, yo, it's more that I can be doing than just doing what I need to do for me. Let me help put everyone else on the game so forward. We don't have time to be slow. Let me show you how to go forward. That's it. That's the only thing I can do. This is how you progress. Because if I show you how to progress, and you can be stopped. You can't be stopped once you got the map. Once you Kabbalistic up. Once you got Kabbalistic thought. Once you think with the map of the universe inside of you, you can think higher universe when the map is inside of you. There's nothing you can't do or accomplish. I'll give another example. Let me just open this up fully. I'll just go to the second verse. Let me not do that. But then again, it's like I've been creating content for. I put my first video on YouTube in 2007. That's just how long I've been a part of this community. That shit is crazy to me. YouTube was created in 2005, so I uploaded my first video in 2007 of me dancing, doing more. I'm not saying me talking. I'm talking like my first channel was dancing. I was a b-boy. I was still on YouTube now. I can pull the videos up right now. It wasn't deleted. I still got access to the channels. I can pull it up right now. So I literally have my whole YouTube journey been documented since 2007. And now I'm on like my third or fourth page at this point. So you see it come out of nowhere. So even when I created this page, this wasn't my first page. I'm like, I had already demonstrated what I can do. But it was time for me to do something else, to show forth a different dimension of what I can do. Because I wasn't limited to what I could do before. It's the whole thing, right? We have to constantly upgrade can. But yeah, you see, it's only until I think that it actually I reflect on it, because I be thinking about what I need to accomplish every day. I'm not thinking about how long I've been doing it. But if you look at my first video and you look at me now, you see this. That's why I do it. That's why I document it. I document it so that you right now can go back first video, look at my body, look at how I present myself, look at me then and look at me now. And you see a difference. You have saw me go through these stages because I have documented it. The good, bad, and ugly. That is the whole point, because it ain't gonna all be good, it ain't gonna all be bad, it ain't gonna all be ugly. But you're gonna go through those. And I've documented it all. And you can go back and you can see it all. There ain't too many people who has, because so it's like I kind of teach on this channel, but it's really more about documenting the great work, which is what I talk about. So I'm not just talking about it, I'm actually documenting it because you can see it. So this is more than just a person who's talking on screen. You can see it. I've been tapping to your conscious, big difference. That's why I do it. So now you can look at a person. I still reference those old videos exactly because you see it's difference. I'm not always talking about the same thing from the same angle. Demonstrate. That's what this is for. You can go back and look and you can see the evolution for yourself. You can see me at my worst and you can see me at my best. And I showed everything. I'm not just gonna show up when I'm doing good. I'm also gonna show up when I'm doing bad. Because that's what you gotta do when you go to work, right? You still gotta go to work when you're having a bad day. With in your pocket, no money in your pocket, you still gotta show up. That's all I did. I'm like, all right, let me not just show when I'm on top. Let me show when I'm not doing so good. Because that's just the reality. Sometimes we're not doing so good. We ain't always up. Sometimes we gotta go tides. That's why I wanted to demonstrate those tides and not just me every time I pop up. I'm just presenting, one side of it. I gave the whole scenario and I continue to give the whole scenario because what else am I supposed to do? But let you know about what actually occurs and not just speak about it, the example. That's the difference. So it's not just speaking on it, I have to be the example. And because I am the example of what I speak, that's what makes it real. Now you can't like, oh, he's just talking about this, but he's not doing it. Right? It's because you can see it. You can see what's being done. You saw. I feel like I'm the same person, but more updated events. That's exactly what it is. We have the same essence. We're just becoming more aware of what that is. You taught me true magic. That's what I'm supposed to do. Right? I feel like everything I'm doing is what someone else did for me. Honestly. That's why I do it. Again, that's why I'm like, I don't need to ask somebody or I'm like, whatever people want to do, they're gonna do it on their own time. It ain't because I'm just asking you to do it. So I don't like, comment, subscribe. You do it, and because whatever happens after that happens after that. Right? But it ain't about what happens after, it's about giving. That's important. Because you gotta give before you receive anything. Better can you give in your own, that's what it's supposed to be, right? Your career is supposed to change you, right? Some people work careers and they just make money from it. But then some people work careers when it actually has an effect on their essence, on their being. And that's what I feel I do. So as I am advancing in my career, I'm also advancing progression because there is no difference between the two. Now, again, it's not the same for everyone. But again, I only can speak about my own personal examples. But anyway, let me get to this song. I'm supposed to show the magician card. Right? I ain't forget about that. I was supposed to show this magician card. So I must have already passed it. Let me play this real fast. But yeah, just document the book of shadows. That's why I'm doing it. So the same way I can show you notes. I've been documenting my journey since for 10 years. I can look. I know I'm moving forward because I can go back and look what was going on a year ago, what's going on now. I'm like, damn, it's a huge difference. In terms of what I know now and what I did then, it's like, it's just crazy. That's from every day. Like, no days off. Even if I'm not making a video, I don't take days off. I still have to convince myself and come up with new ways to do shit. So, for example, I may be an astrologer, but only so many times you can do a person's natal chart. It's only so many times. You only need to do a person's natal chart one time. Then I had to discover other dimensions. I'm like, okay, what do you have? Solar return, lunar return. You got midpoints. You got lunar mansions. You got so many dimensions. Astrology is ridiculous. You really start to see what you're working with, where it's more about your own creativity and what you can do with it, more so than what it is. Like we all know astrology can decode planets and stars, but can you use astrology to decode other things outside of it? It's spectacular. Like so we use a occult, to what are people doing at true market, and all this stuff. Astrology can be applied to that too, but it ain't ours. But it can be applied to it because there's nothing astrology can't be applied to. It's just what the practitioner do you want to apply it to? How deep do you go with it? It's not about how deep it is. How deep do you want to go? Okay, let's see. And by deep, I mean the halls of a mentee who have read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. So by deep, I'm talking about the halls of the mentee. Are you brave enough to go to the halls of the mentee, which is underneath the pyramid? So that's into the pyramid before. The goal is the Hall of a Mentee. Our goal is to get to the fucking pyramids and go to the halls of the Mentee and go through the process of rebirth so that we transcend death. All this egomaniac shit. The real essence is to make it to the halls of the Mentee, not lose yourself so that you can retain your memory of death. This is some whole other shit that people are not ready to hear about. You should celebrate. You should glorify your death. Because we're totally fucking afraid of death. It's the worst thing. People crying and shit. When it's be nothing like that. That's not how we did it. Our original culture, we celebrated death. But we forget our culture. We replace it with religion. So now we fear it. You know that we exalted death because all I gotta do is look at Egypt, the Book of the Dead. They tell you the whole path between death and the afterlife, how to get to the afterlife. That's what the Book of the Dead teaches. So our original culture is teaching people how to navigate the fucking afterlife so that you can get to paradise. But you gotta navigate. You ain't just guaranteed paradise. You gotta navigate. That's why they would bury the mummies with all of these items, tools to help you get to the afterlife. Cause you ain't just it's guaranteed. You gotta get there. You gotta know you gotta travel the stars. But how are you supposed to travel the stars if you don't know the stars? How do you do that? So it's there. The culture is there. If the culture is preserved, it's just that there's very few people who want to acknowledge who we really are. Let's take it to America, because we don't have to stop at Egypt. When we look at our original cultures, the Aztecs, right, the Mayans, the Olmecs, the Mixtecs, the Toltecs, right? We celebrated death. Sacrifice meant something else back then. It was an honor to be a blood sacrifice back then in the original culture because it guarantees you a place in heaven. The same way in Islam, wow, if you defending the honor of a law, you're guaranteed heaven. It die when you go to Hajj. Every Muslim must go to Hajj once in their life. If you lose your life, you're over there, you're guaranteed paradise. You think they give a fuck down? If you die, you guarantee paradise. You die, you're guaranteed paradise. Fuck. So whatever you did or didn't do, you're gonna go straight down. See, that's more in tune with how we really thought, or whoever straight. And so motherfuckers will fight each other to be the blood sacrifice. But we look at something like that today nowadays, and we look at these people crazy, because that's how we do look at people as crazy, right? All the people that's getting in America on this soil, look at the people doing the killing. That's crazy. Like, damn, why would this exterminate the original culture that we've completely forgotten about? But Earth hasn't forgotten about it. Capitalism hasn't forgotten about it. That's why somebody benefits every time somebody dies. Every time a person dies, somebody's getting paid. It's called capitalism. Somebody's going to get paid when you die. Capitalism. Right? Shouldn't be no other way though. Why not? Also, when you die, that's why you get checks with life insurance. Somebody's supposed to get a check when you die. That's what it's supposed to be. Death is supposed to be like, damn, this person is dead. And that's a check. But what we do, we rather cry. Thinking about how much we miss a person, but that's personal. I think about them who was ready to get the fuck up out of here. If you actually talk to a person, necromancy, if you actually communicate with the dead, you realize that they're just fine. The fuck are you crying for? They're proud to have transcended this physical world. This is the lowest place you can be. It ain't hell. It's earth. That's the crazy part. You think demon fuck about being in hell? You think an angel gives a fuck about this? That's why this is all they want. They don't want to go. They don't want to transcend. It's all about here. That's why people want to, yeah, it's all about the physical and how you can, why you can get rich, buy all the crazy shit that goes to somebody else when you die. So whatever you do here, whatever you amass, goes to somebody else, somebody inheritance. I'm saying like three different words. Someone else gets everything that you have accumulated in time alive. Somebody's gonna get it. So whatever money you get that you didn't spend, somebody is going to someone else's bank account. Whatever resources, whatever systems you set up, now someone else has to run it. That's just the way of the world, right? So it should be a celebration because that means a new king or a new queen has been crowned. Once you depart, now you have to pass the torch. Lucifer, right? So yeah, it's more innocent than we give it credit for. That's why, like, anybody who feels depressed, it's because they don't appreciate it. You go through death to appreciate life. So I understand. I didn't appreciate life either. I wish like everyone else until I saw what was really going on. Man, I'm viewing things wrong. It's not that life is wrong. I'm viewing it wrong. So once I change the view, now I celebrate. right? Now there is no fear of death. I mean, it's just stages. It's just stages. And if you're putting in the work to it, you will have no fear either. Because you already know what you're going, where you're going, and what's going to happen. That's why we do spiritual work, so that you know what's going to happen. You can no longer return to it because you put the work in and make it happen. The same way, you're not expecting a weapon to man, and you didn't work for it. Same way with the afterlife. Don't expect to wake up in heaven or a mansion you didn't work for it. It's the same principles, just different stages. So there's shortcuts. Death. Why do you think it was all blood sacrifice? We be sacrificing animals like anything, right? We celebrate that. We celebrate those. When we know, don't you give a fucking prayer before you eat your goddamn meal? And you know an animal had to sacrifice itself for you to even eat this. That's how it's supposed to be. You're actually praising the animal that gave his life to nourish you. That's what you're actually doing when you pray over your food. Like, yeah, somebody had to die or something had to die for you to have this pleasure of eating this meal. Something had to give its life over your meal. Why not? It's a blood sacrifice. But it's different when we die. Guess we're back now. All right. Here's the message that I was supposed to show like 30 minutes ago, 60 minutes ago, probably. This is the magus, otherwise known as the magician, levitating the elements, walking upon that thin line between worlds, walking between worlds, balancing elements with the caduceus at the head, serpents, the caduceus. Symbol here, Mercury. Symbol Mercury down there. That is the Hebrew letter, which is the second Hebrew letter, which represents the house of God. So the magus or the magician is a symbol of the house of God, based off of the Hebrew correspondence. And Mercury represents the conscious mind or the logical mind. So this is a symbol of your logical mind, so a symbol of house of God. What is the house of God? The human vessel houses God. God is within. That's what this is conveying. But you see, I had to add more levels to it. Now let somebody else interpret the magician without the astrology and without the Hebrew, without the numerology, because it's also a one up here. This is also a path. The path of the magician is the 12th path. I think I have it. Do I have it up here? Life, but everybody hasn't seen the tree of life. We know that the life has 22 paths. So this is one of the paths. This is the path between Bina and Keter, or Saturn and Pluto. So the path between Saturn and Pluto, Saturn represents control, Pluto represents transformation. Controlled transformation happens through the magus or the. This represents controlled transformation, transformation that is controlled. So the magician is controlling transformation. Instead of the transformation happening on its own, it is being controlled. That's why the magician is levitating the elements, in control of the elements, in control of the change. Peace, Queen. I appreciate that. I'm going to continue to teach. Because why not? You know, there's no beginning, no end. I said everybody can do it. Everybody can't just continue to pull out more and more wisdom. But it's no beginning, no ending, right? Wisdom has no beginning, no ending. It predates me and it's going to outlive me. So like it's an infinite well. I could talk forever because there's no limit. There's no limit. But I have to chop it up, you know? Because I understand these videos will be played back, so I don't want to make it too long. So I try to break it up. So I'll try to break this up. I've been here an hour and 20 minutes. However, what is that? 2 hours. So we got a 2 hour in. So yeah, I can continue to talk, but I would like to break it up. So that way to be more videos. So instead of making a big ass video that's hours and hours long, I can make a couple videos. So it'll be more content. So that's pretty much videos. Like 2 hours, 4, 6, 8. So instead of having one video 8 hours, you got 4 videos of 2 hours. Right. To me, that's a little bit more productive. But before I go, let me play this. I'll play this track, and we'll check out. See what we got, and I'll do it while I'm playing this track. I'll pull a card. I'll shuffle up the pull a card, and the card would be basically, let's see, I guess the month of March. What is the advice for the month of March? Right. So I'll shuffle up the turn, pull a card. We'll see what the advice is. I'll play a little music, and we'll check out there. All right. All right. Let's do it this way. Princess of Disc. So for the month of March, yeah, so let's do some fortune telling, right? It's what everybody wants. Month of March, Princess of Disc. Because we're dealing with the disc, you know, we're dealing with the earth element. We're dealing with the world of Asia. If we're speaking Kabbalistically, we're dealing with the world of Asia. Because we're dealing with the princess. Our princesses are connected to Kuf, the Sephra of Mao Kuf. Yeah, we're going to speak just Kabbalistically, right? See, I did this whole video, wasn't even speaking Kabbalistically. It's infinite layers. It's all about the language that you choose to speak. What was the name of that song? It's called The Genesis. The, not the THEDA Genesis. Duh. It's funny. It's funny. But yeah, one of my tracks, I did that a long time ago. Long time ago. So, it is what it is. But I guarantee you ain't gonna hear that nowhere else. And that's an old track. Right? So that's before all this. This is before 2012. That's just how old that is. This is before real Chief Keef. Right? This is before the Bobby Smurder. Like that's how old that is. That's when I was still trying to rap like Jay-Z and all that. I was comparing myself to, like, this is before the young dudes took over. That was like, 2012, like the Chief Keef, the drill music, the Chicago scene, before all that. Right. So that's why it has that feel. So I can also play something after that, and it'll be a difference. I can play something after that. So that's one of my styles. Because I have a different name for every style I have. It's a different name. So depending on what name I use, that's the spirit. But because we're dealing with the princess again, the princess is connected to Malkuth. Malkuth correlates to the planet Earth. So the last Sephra on the Tree of Life is Malkuth, and that correlates to the planet Earth. So the planetary energy that we're focused on is the planet Earth. So we're focusing on the terrestrial energies, not the extraterrestrial energies, the terrestrial energies. And we're dealing with the disk, which is the element of Earth. So we're dealing with the element of Earth, then the planet Earth. So there's a difference, right? Because it's the disk, that's the world of Asia. Because it's the princess, we're dealing with Malkuth, the planet Earth. Right? And because if we look at it, she's pregnant, she's holding sacred geometry in her hand. One hand she has sacred geometry, or her shield, and the other hand she has a wand made from copper. You see, her wand is the same material as the trees behind her. So the same material, the trees behind her, she has forged on from these trees or the natural elements. So she used her environment to forge her tools. So one of the tools is a wand with a diamond point, and you see the light shooting from that diamond point. So she's directing her chi or her energy through this vessel, and it's been amplified by the diamond, and it shoots out the rays. Then you have the yin yang symbol and this shield representing the positive and the negative force, or the masculine and the feminine force. So obviously you need the masculine force because she's pregnant. So the masculine force impregnated the womb. Then the feminine force refines that pregnation so that you have a child, a refined child that is created from that sacred sexual union. She also has the horns. She has a crown of horns. So the horned god. So whenever we're dealing with the earth is the most sensual, the most sexual. So that's why you see all this. Whenever you're dealing with the earth energy, you're dealing with sensual, sexual energy. It's just the earth element. So that's why when you're dealing with a Capricorn, or Taurus, or a Virgo, you're dealing with a less sexual, sensual energy. That's just how it is. That's just the earth element. It is what it is. So this is essentially giving us the message from the nothingness. The trees are in abundance, but there's only one wand. Meaning she's using the abundance of the trees. She's in the forest with an abundance of trees. So she used the resources that are available to her to forge a tool, a magical tool. And I'm sure she found the diamond as well, crafted it, refined it, right? This ain't something she bought out of a store. And that ain't something that was bought. All that is self-made. Even her throne that she sits upon, this is all self-made. She's in process of forging her own reality, because this is the princess. Let me show you the queen. So let me show you the end result of this. So this is the initiation stage of this. So this is the feminine principle, because you got the kings and the princes, and you got the queens and the princess. So if you're dealing with the princess, you're dealing with the feminine force, the initiation of the feminine currency. That's what you're dealing with the princess of this. So to initiate yourself into the mysteries of the earth, or the mysteries of the planet, the mystery of the planet, because the earth holds many mysteries that we don't know nothing about, right? The earth holds many mysteries. So she's telling us to dig into the mysteries of our own planet, of the earth element itself, because there are many mysteries hidden beneath the surface of the earth. So utilize the resources that you have in abundance, because we all have access to something. Like if you live in a place that's full of trees, you have access to resources. So it's just all about, if you're in a desert like me, I'm in a desert, you have access to a bunch of rock and sand, right? So it ain't about something being valuable beforehand, because you say these trees have value, but you have to refine it. A tree can become a wand. Natural resources becomes a shield with sacred geometry. So you say she crafted that on her own. This is natural resources from creativity. Through creativity, we can create spiritual tools. So this is not just a shield. You see, it's a yin yang symbol. So this is a spiritual principle. So this tool represents a spiritual principle. This wand represents a spiritual principle. That crown represents a spiritual principle. This veil that she has on is a spiritual principle. All this is spiritual principles conveyed holistically. So this is an initiation into the feminine mysteries. Because had we pulled the queen, that would represent the completion of these mysteries. So this is to initiate yourself into the feminine principles and the feminine mysteries. Because we all have feminine principles and feminine mysteries within us, regardless of our gender. So this is not talking about gender, it's talking about principle. It's happening to the feminine mysteries within us all. We all have a feminine current at all times. If you're alive, you have a feminine and a masculine current going through your body at all times. So this is telling you to tap into that feminine current that we're already in tune with, and use that feminine current to elevate and exalt yourself on the earthly plane. So elevate and exalt yourself on the earthly plane by tapping into the feminine principle, utilizing the resources of the earth to create unique and original tools that serve your purpose. So instead of having a yin yang, this can be any symbol, your personal symbol. Because you have forged it with your personal symbol, and it affects your subconscious mind, because we know that the subconscious mind is affected by symbols. So it's about whatever symbol that you want to place in your original works. So this is what this represents, the initiation into the feminine mysteries. So not just the feminine principle, but the feminine mystery. So it's not just a scene. So the feminine principle just represents, refinement, to be refined. It's all about purification, refinement. That's a feminine currency. The currency, it refines. It makes something better. It perfects it. So that's what the feminine currency does. So it perfects something and makes it, basically takes it to its highest state, right? Versus the masculine takes something to its lowest state. If something gets struck by a lightning bolt, it destroys it, and it reduces it to its lowest state. That would be an example of the masculine current. You can reduce and you can compress, reduction. When this is talking about refinement, to refine the feminine mysteries. The feminine mysteries is not just talking about like the sexual feminine mysteries, like and working with the goddess Kali. She represents the tantric mystery. So it's not just speaking about the sexual tantric mysteries. It is speaking about that, but not just that. It's also speaking about the feminine mysteries. The feminine mysteries is basically the basis of spirituality. The basis of spirituality is feminine energy. because you have to go inside yourself. So whenever you have to go inside yourself, you have to do so with the feminine current. You ain't going inside yourself with the masculine current. You can project with the masculine current, and that's what you project to do all these worldly things with the masculine current. To operate within the world, that's the masculine current. But to operate in your inner space, you need the feminine current to operate in the inner space. So it's tapping into the feminine current to control your inner space and refine your inner space, which is the equivalent to making these tools out of the surrounding environment. So this is just an example of you can be in any type of environment. You are able to forge tools to help yourself elevate from that environment. So you can be in absolute hell. You can be in a household that you don't want to be in, around people that you don't want to be around. There is still resources available to you for you to forge tools. It is through those tools that elevate you. It's not the surroundings. It's the tools you forge from your surroundings that help you elevate. Because it starts with programming the subconscious mind, and that's forge tools. It is the tools that help elevate from your situation. Especially when we're talking about the planet Earth and we were talking about capitalism and so on and so forth. It is through refinement, refining your spiritual principle, that you're able to exalt yourself on the earthly plane. So even though, we hear things like, it's this is a man's world and this is a masculine world. Yes, if you're projecting forward. If you're trying to accomplish things in the world, if you're trying to, say, be somebody in the world, that's the masculine principle, no problem. But you can do all of that and not know who you are within. And this is how people lose themselves. So you can, if you don't balance the masculine with the feminine, you end up losing yourself. Or if it's all feminine with no masculine. So it's about the balance, and that's why you see the yin and the yang. So with the feminine principle, we refine ourselves, and with the masculine, we project and we change. We create change with the masculine, and we refine with the feminine. So this is initiation into those feminine mysteries. Very simple, right? So you see, we can use it as a fortune-telling tool if we wanted to, but it's definitely not limited to that. So the same way I just use this as a fortune-telling tool, you can definitely use it as a tool to alchemy, and that's why I went deeper and deeper, because you can focus on this and you can use this as a meditation tool to unlock those feminine mysteries. Needed to hear this right now, thank you. Absolutely. That's what I'm here to do. That's what I'm here to do. Because I know somebody needed to hear it. And that's exactly why I do what I do. Because somebody needed to hear it. Somebody needed to, have a greater understanding of what they're already doing. Again, I'm not introducing anybody to anything new. I'm just showing you how to put it together. We already know about the occult. We already know about tarot, astrology, numerology. These are the things we already know about. I'm just showing you how to synchronize it so that you don't look at these things as separate beings and entities. You look at it as one holistic sequence that you can tap into to extract answers and mysteries that you couldn't get anywhere else by talking to no other person or read no other book. There's certain mysteries that you have to tap into yourself. And that's why we have these tools to tap into mysteries that you can't find in the books, that you can't find by talking to people. That's why we have these tools, to get into those levels that you can't get in no other way, right? Let's see. What else we got? So I'll let y'all hear the Genesis. So that track is 10 years old. Now I can let y'all hear L Fresh as Hell, which is just a couple years old. But there's a huge difference. That's what I wanted to show y'all. So the first song I played, the Genesis. I'm talking about, just being conscious, where I'm from. Not where I'm from, but where we are from as a people. The mysteries and all that. Like, for example, I am an MC that studied the school of mysteries, the sacred imagery set aflame, Yakuda. Right? Everybody know what Kuda is, right? Let the serpent rise. Welcome to higher skies, but you ignorant motherfuckers won't make it through this alive. We see that shit, right? If you don't have intelligence, you're out of here. We stay here due to intelligence. Intelligence is what keeps us here. Intelligence is what's going to keep us alive and what keeps us smart and what keeps us, to be able to avoid all of the madness and craziness of the world. I don't need a lethal weapon. This unk is my protection. I study 120 lessons that document my progression. Right? Unk, Egyptian symbol, Kemetic symbol, 120, 120 lessons from Elijah Muhammad, Master Farad Muhammad. The west I am a Scorpio, the east I am a Libra. When I bring it together, I feel the essence of Shiva. I'm talking about Eastern, Western astrology. Western astrology, I'm a Scorpio. Eastern, I'm a Libra. When I bring it together, I feel the essence of Shiva. You know about Shiva. Shiva is the psychedelic god, the god that was doing psychedelics, but that was able to creep up on the queens. He was loved and adored by the royalty of the time, even though they looked at him as like, you could say in modern times, he would be a bum. That's the words they use now. Shiva would be a modern day bum because all he did was get high and do what we do now, you know, with all these mysteries. You know, he smoked his psychedelics. Then, you know, he elevated his mind. You know, but obviously the royalty and the, you know, they're like, oh, this motherfucker need to get a job. He need to do something else with his life, right? That's the real story of Shiva, not the fake shit that we talking about. The real shit. He was a drug, but pursuing his spirituality, not sensuality. He was pursuing his spirituality. And again, that's why the whole psychedelic culture comes from India. So like really the psychedelic culture is not as American as we think. It's really India. India, because they've been into the psychedelics. Again, we only smoke weed. That came from Mexico. That ain't come from North America. That came from South America or Central America, rather. During the Mexican Revolution, we wasn't rolling up smoking weed. That's Mexican culture, right? Came to America like the Indian culture came to like. So our culture is a combination of many different cultures. Once you know the actual history, and not what the fuck they're teaching you in school. It's not they're just teaching you, you know, Christopher Columbus, 1492 upward. They're not teaching you. Well, what was occurring before Columbus? America before Columbus, right? You probably not going to teach you about what the previous dominant people were doing when they want you to look up to them. Or we're the current conquerors. Look up to us and what we did. This is our story. But what about the story of those who came before? Right? Everyone just inherits this land instead of acknowledging who the land, again, no one is telling you who the land belonged to. Everyone is telling you everyone came from everywhere else. The Indians came from India, Mexicans came from Mexican, like everyone's came to America from all these other places. It's not true. Not the original people. Columbus was a skull. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Basically, he was the gangster before we had that world. Yeah, basically, yeah, pirate. Yeah, he was a gangster. He wasn't the refined. He was the ones they sent to do the dirty work. That's why they brought all the disease they brought. These were not refined people. They wouldn't have been able to wipe the Indians out with disease if they were refined people. That's the whole. That's the whole point. However, we worship this guy. We acknowledge this guy. We have to learn about this guy history. But again, there was no refinement to this man at all. This man had no refinement. It's just like a police officer. This was a person that you sent to execute, that you sent to do dirty ass deeds. They sent him on a mission. He didn't create the mission himself. He didn't think of his mind, "Oh, I'm about to find a new land and it's gonna be all mine." He was an emissary to a higher power. He was an emissary to a higher power. He wasn't leading his own ship, and he didn't navigate himself to Americas. He had a navigator. Who do you think the navigators were? So, but this is one thing that they try to shove down your throat. Then we have what actually happened, which you got to find out on your own. What actually happened? Did we really come from Africa? Or are they lying about that? It's a good story, right? It makes them feel more powerful. That's why they really tell you that, even though it's a lie. We came over here on a boat named Jesus. Oh, it sounds great. Like we just didn't know what the fuck to do with ourselves, or we just need to be saved. It's just a great story that we have no history outside of slavery. Black people in this country, and black, we changed our name from black to Negro to niggas, right? We call ourselves whatever the fuck we want to call ourselves. We all came from us. Not necessarily. Because all people wasn't on this planet. In the beginning, we didn't have all types of people on this planet. That happened later. We know that. So no, everybody doesn't come from the universe when new people are being created every day. You have new people you have cultures mixing, right? You had the original people of the Americas mix with the Indians. And that's the people you see today. You see the result of the original people of the continent with the Indians, right? But again, this is when you start to break these things down, we keep evolving. No, that's not the same. We all come from the universe. And no, we don't evolve. Evolution is fake. That's what Darwinism said that, right? That's Darwinism. So you basically, when you acknowledge evolution, you're acknowledging Darwinism. Who was anti you. Darwinism said the supreme race was the white race. Those are the words of Darwin. Why am I thinking about Chris? Charles Darwin said Europeans are the master race. And this is what we're taught. Scientists are taught Darwinism, so you acknowledge that if that's what you believe. And again, people can believe what they want to believe. I'm not telling people what to believe. I'm just saying, if you acknowledge evolution, that's who it came from. That's the person who created this concept of evolution. That's how they thought. So if you want to acknowledge the entirety. So you can't say, oh, we evolved. We all came from the universe. And the man who said this was a white supremacist. So, but you see, who's going to tell you that? You're not going to learn that shit in college. They will teach you Darwinism and not teach you about the man himself. Same thing with Einstein. They teach you about the equations that he created. But they're not telling, okay, well, what was this person actually doing in real time? Because then once you start looking into their lives, the shit becomes questionable. It becomes very questionable. Maybe evolve is the wrong word. It's not the wrong word. It's just we're used to saying these things. But then you don't have people around that know the truth. So you can get away with saying that to somebody who don't know the truth. But if I know the truth, why would I let somebody say that and I know the truth? I'm like, actually, that's not what that means. And this is where it comes from. So then a person knows better, and then they stop using it. Like, okay, that actually shouldn't be a part of my vocabulary if I don't acknowledge the holistic version of these teachings, which is another religion. Science is another religion. Darwinism is a religion, right? Because we're not created equal. Because we're not equal. But I told you that before. That's why we all have different stars. We're not equal. We are not all created the same. We don't all have the same bodies to do the same tasks. We don't. We were all created to do specific tasks. That's why some people are shorter, some people are taller, some people are heftier, some people are slimmer. We were all equal. We are all different because we all serve different purposes. Try to lump each other into the same group. Like we can do whatever we want, but that's not true. If you was not designed to be an artist, you can be an artist, but you're going to have to develop it yourself. So this is what I'm saying. It's things that are so embedded into our culture, we don't it. Most people don't know the ice cream song is racist. The ice cream truck, you take your kids out to get the ice cream and shit, that's a racist ass song talking about niggas and look it up. It's documented. Don't take my word for it. It's racist. It's a racist song. I hear the ice spend my money. And they really laughing at your stupid ass. You're not even getting insulted. So, but I guarantee people will continue to still buy ice cream from the ice cream. So that's because to them it's just chips, ice cream, candy for the kids. Truly, that's how the average person's looking at it. Like, it ain't that deep to them. They just getting some snacks for the kids or whatever. But it's subconscious because you hear the song. So although they remove the words, it still resonates to the subconscious. May not be the conscious. They took the words away, fine, but that memory remains. Take the words away and leave the jingle. That's the most racist shit you can do, right? Okay, this is clearly racist. We used to let the words play, so every time you heard this, it was disrespecting you every time you heard it. So let us remove the words, but we're going to keep the jingle. Why keep the jingle if you acknowledge it's racist? What's going on now with the Dr. Seuss books being banned? It's the same shit. People love Dr. Seuss. These books were being read to children. But then it's depicting black people as subservient and looking like monkeys and shit. But this is okay to read to children. It's Dr. Seuss is supposed to be safe. But again, it's because the racism is so embedded into this country. Really no way to remove it without completely destroying it. That's the reality. Racism is so deep, is it's impossible to remove without completely destroying it. That's why we continue to get to these situations. We get to, or why the same thing keeps occurring over and over. We feel like we're in an endless cycle. Why? Because to remove the racism from America, what does that leave for everyone else? Do a challenge for a tarot card reading? Hold on, I'm not sure what you mean by that. I think it's race energy has no color. No, this is real. Race is real, even though it was created. It's a creation, sure. It was created in the 1700s, sure. We know that, yeah, there are no black people, there are no white people, red people, and yellow people. Yes, these are all terms that were made up 1700s. Yes, we understand that. But the fact that everyone acknowledges it, that's what makes it real. Even though it's a fake concept, it is not based in the actual reality. No, it's not. There are no actual black people, no actual white people. We're between these shades, right? But the fact that we call ourselves by these colors, yeah, guess who did that? You think that came from an original person, or did that come from someone who just? What was the goal with that? Again, what do you think? What was the goal to do that? The acknowledgement gives it energy. Exactly. It's the whole point. Racism ain't going nowhere. We will never be in a country where it's equal. With the Dr. Martin Luther King's dream, because he himself acknowledged. This is his quote. Himself said he led his people to a burning house. Those are his words. Those are his words. I had led my people into a burning house because he was the one pushing integration. Dr. Martin Luther King was pushing integration, but then he said towards the end of his life that he led his people to a burning house. Why would he say that if he felt that he was doing the right thing? Because we still exalt this man to this day. He's acknowledged he has his day, Martin Luther King Day. The same man who said he led his people to a burning house gets a holiday. The same man who was with Elijah Muhammad towards the end of his life. There's pictures of Dr. Martin Luther King with Elijah Muhammad. They was going to merge together Because once he realized he led his people to a burning fire, he had to go to the opposition. Like, you know what? Damn. Let me actually go to someone who's right, which was Elijah Muhammad at the time. And that's when he got taken out of here. When he started to be around those Muslims, those black Muslims. And he was going to change his whole message. And the people would follow him. Why not? Remember, he was a Martin Luther King was a what do they call it? A polymath, a Renaissance man, a genius. I believe he graduated college at 18 or something. Like he was way beyond his time with his smarts. But that's another thing. He wasn't really a Christian either because he wrote letters in college about the origins of Christianity. And he talks about the courts that were around that were opposition to Christianity at the time. And one of those courts was the court of Kybele. The court of Kybele was once a rival to Christianity. And he also speaks about in that letter where why Christianity dominates at this time is because it integrated the truths of the religions that predated. In other words, Christianity took real concepts. A fake religion took real concepts, and that's what made it real. So basically, why people feel drawn to Christianity is because the concepts are real, because they come from places. They just put it with a fictitious figure in front of it, which is a white Jesus. A fictitious They put a fictitious figure in front of real truths that came from us, our ancestors. It was real truths, but then they created a fabrication of those truths. So the truths are real. It's just the figure is fake. But that's all acknowledged. Martin Luther King wrote the fucking letter, but they don't never talk. I've never heard this letter being mentioned ever. Not on TV, not nobody doing a documentary on it. It's not mentioned at all. They don't mention that fucking letter because they don't want you to know about that letter because they want to acknowledge him in his death state, not his living state. What I mean, they don't want to acknowledge like he actually knew what was going on. How not know what's going on if he wrote the article? He wrote the letter in English before he was even known to the world. He already did the history and the orders of Christianity. He already did the weekend. They don't talk about it. That's why he came to the conclusion he came to, because he actually knew what was up. Because he was a smart, intelligent man. You can't take that away from him. So he acknowledged his wrong, and he was going to make the change. But he never got the opportunity to do so. It's the same thing with Malcolm X. Malcolm X was a part of the Nation of Islam. Then, because he spoke about Elijah Muhammad's private life and about him having multiple wives and sleeping with younger women, no one would have knew that if Malcolm X didn't reveal that to the public. He revealed that. It was through his words that the public became aware of that. The public didn't know about that. How could they know about that? So, because he spoke about that, he was removed from the Nation of Islam. But there's also tape of Malcolm X apologizing to Elijah Muhammad. There's a tape. It's on YouTube. You're informed of this last October, Kybele? Absolutely. You already know. You already know. That's why it's you. It's so important to know this stuff because you see how big a difference it make. Not to anyone else. It ain't for you to repeat this to anybody. It's just so that you can understand the place or the position you play in this overall scheme. We have to know what position we play in this overall scheme. So back to the Malcolm X. He was removed, but there's tape. You can YouTube the tape right now. It's on YouTube. So everything I'm saying, you can verify everything I'm saying. There's tape, there's an audio recording of Malcolm X apologizing to Elijah Muhammad, and he wanted to be reaccepted into the nation. So all this is documented, but we don't acknowledge it. So when we speak about Malcolm X, when we speak about Martin Luther King, when we speak about these figures, we only speak about what we want to acknowledge. We don't speak about the full story. Because a full story gives you a more realistic version of how they really are. Like they speak about Martin Luther King having multiple women and all that. It's just all these things. When you get the holistic nature of the story, you're like, all right, well, the way I feel about it, rather. I'm not telling nobody else how to feel about it. But what happened. You know, when you got clout. That's the terms we use now. We use clout. They wasn't saying clout back then, but that's what it is. When you got clout, then it just is what it is. It just is what it is. You cannot tell me that you had the popularity of Martin Luther King and you don't got women who wanna put it on you. It just is what it is. Who was he to deny those women? People say, well, why would he? He had a wife. Okay, but they were married under Christian law, right? They were married Christian law, but he knows the origins about Christianity. He knows that this is business. That law ain't real. This is business. So he was married business. Same thing. Elijah Muhammad was business. That's what it's supposed to be. Marriage is supposed to be business, right? It's supposed to be that way. But people want it to be different. People want it to be different. You want to marry somebody for love. But marriage is a business, and it's about business. It has nothing to do with emotion. It don't have. That's what it's supposed to be. I don't give a fuck what people are trying to do, but that's why the divorce rate is 50%. Because people are marrying, they think they're in love with somebody. Then once that shit fades, then it's like it ain't there. It's like you wasn't supposed to marry this motherfucker anyway. It ain't about who you love. It's about business. That's what matters. It's about wealth. It's about building wealth. It's about business. It's not about who the fuck you like or who you don't like. You're supposed to have people on the side say, yeah, maybe this is too raw. Maybe this is too raw. But this is what happens in the real world. People cheat and people have side relationships and side pieces. This is what actually happens. And they maintain their marriage because they understand the business. But then both parties understand, like, yeah, we got our own little thing. They call these things relationships and shit like that. This is just reality. You can marry a person for their business mind to build wealth with this person, but that don't mean that this is the only person that you're sleeping with. Because this is reality. But then you got people who break up because they slept around. It's like, wait a minute, you're not doing the right thing here. Then that person tries to marry somebody that they feel that they love. And this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. We got how we think the world is or how we want the world to be versus how the world actually is. That's what fucks people up. That's what creates karma. Because of what you think the world is and how you think the world operates and how you want it to be. People live their life based off of that definition, not based off of how the world is. People live their life based on what they want it to be or what they're trying to make it, not what it is. Stop trying to make the world something that it's not. And that's when things change for you. Stop trying to make the world what it's not. Acknowledge that this world is a very dark and evil place. But it's also the opposite too. It's dualism. You got both sides here. And it's going to always be that way. It ain't going to never not be that way. That's like universal law, the law of polarity. It's going to always be that way. Excuse me. It's going to always be that way. It's not going to ever change. However, you still got people talking about world peace. It's all business. It sounds good to the ear. It hits the heart good, but it's just business. It's not going to ever happen. It's not going to happen, but it's a good business model, right? People don't want to talk. It is what it is. Religion is a good business model. Science is a business model. This is capitalism. Capitalism. That's rule number one. If you understand capitalism, then everything makes sense. See, all this makes sense from a capitalistic law. Why you have a fake Jesus? Capitalism. Oh, I understand. That makes perfect sense. Why? It's just business. It's a racket. It's a money grab. It ain't about helping no goddamn body. It's about making money. That's what everybody on, right? Everybody chasing the bag, right? So, yeah, you're right. That's exactly what people are doing. That's why they don't give a fuck that they're lying to your as long as they make a profit. Capitalism. That's the law of the land. It's capitalism. An eye for an eye, but also capitalism. I can get over on you if you're ignorant. Your ignorance, I will use your ignorance to my advantage. Capitalism. If you don't know how much this is worth, I'm going to sell it to you at a price that's going to make me a profit because you don't know how much it's worth. Capitalism. Let me make overpriced clothes so that people feel like it's more mental than anything. For example, you got, like with high fashion, right? High fashion, you have regular clothes that cost crazy amounts. Not because that's how much they're worth, is because of the symbol on it, right? Because that same, we'll just say a shirt, that same shirt, it can be the same material, but once you put that logo on it, that's when the price gets doubled. That's how it works. That's capitalism. You got two purses. One of them got Louis Vuitton, whatever. Then the other one is, it can be the same material, so it's the same quality, just with no symbol. What do you think the price difference is going to be? It's called capitalism. So what you're really selling is that symbol. It's the symbol that has the worth, not the product. Because you can get the same quality, but pay a hell of a lot less, which is what we're supposed to be doing. Is that not the fucking point? When did the point become to buy high fashion? When you can create your own brand. When does that make sense? Let me spend $1,000 on a shirt or a pair of shoes or a pants when I can spend that small and I can have a whole closet full of shit that I did. Designs that I made for myself that no one else is going to have. And it can all be good quality, good material, because that ain't what make it cost as much. It's not because it is made from a certain material, it's because of the symbol. So if it's just about the material, if you just want a certain type of material, you can have that material. It just won't have the symbol. But you see, people don't feel the same without them symbols. And that's the reality. What people do as soon as they get their money up, they invest in the symbols. It's the symbols. Why don't people take the same amount and do their own thing? Why? Because it doesn't have value in their mind, in the minds of other people. See, if they were wearing their own shit, their own brand, you don't get the same type of reaction because that's your brand. See, they know about the Louis and the Gucci's and the Fendi's. They can see that across the street, down the block somewhere. But again, you can have that same material, that same quality. So it ain't just about being fresh. It's about you just need that symbol. And if you don't have that symbol on you, you don't feel the same. Meaning you feel more powerful for people that don't want nothing to do with your people versus creating your own than selling that to your people because you made it hot. So it's a whole different way of thinking. Because none of these companies fuck with us. They don't. Again, we've already known they don't want us wearing their shit. We've already known that's been known. You know what I mean? They don't want us wearing their shit. However, we try to make a point where I'm just going to get it anyway. I can afford it. This is the mentality towards it. We know that. We know that they don't want us in the stores. They don't want us buying it. They're going to give us badass energy. We know that. But what we do, we want to make a point. We want to use the ego. We want to walk in there anyway and spend all this money just because we can. And there's been countless examples of this. I'm just going to spend the money because I can. And because I know you don't want me to, but I'm just going to do it because I can afford it. Where that same money can give you a house full of clothes, original clothes, with new designs. But they'd rather spend it on one outfit when you can have a whole closet full of shit with the same money. But you see, it takes a different type of mind. You can't be ignorant. You can't think, okay, well, soon as I basically, yeah, I guess you can say it's self-hatred. Because we know why people do it. People stunt just to make other people feel fucked up. We know what it is. That's why they don't want to do their own thing, because ain't nobody gonna feel fucked up because you wearing your own shit. You're not gonna make nobody feel beneath you because you're wearing your own brand. But if you're wearing all these high fashion brands, people may feel a certain type of way, and that's why you invest in it, because of how it makes people feel. It ain't about the material. It ain't even about the symbol. It's about how it feels. people who don't really like you, that's exactly what they're doing. And it ain't to be liked; it's to be hated. See, that's what it is. See, it's about the most hated. See, people have no problem being the most hated. They want to be hated because they feel like when you're hated, you're popping. Like this is the philosophy. That's why we have people who do stupid ass shit just to get clout. Right? We see this all is all over YouTube. That's the majority of this content is clout chasing. The majority of the content. Putting other people's name in their titles and putting other people's picture, talking about other people and what's going on in their life, and just giving commentary about other shit, other people and other shit. That's the majority of YouTube. I know, because if I was doing the same thing, I would have the same views like everyone else. If I'm putting another person's name in my title and putting another person's face on, say about it. I just never wanted that crowd, right? But that's why I don't deal with the bullshit though. At the same time, because I don't create content for those types of people. That's why every time I live stream, you see it ain't a bunch of trolls saying stupid ass shit on my page. Cause they ain't trying to. What the fuck are they? Why would they be here? Why they be watching the video? I don't even remember I don't even remember the title of this video. Whatever I titled this. Why would they even be here watching this? You know, why would they even be here? There's nothing for them to gain here. Because they rather be in somewhere else with the gossip and the bullshit going on. When the tea is being spilled, that's the name they're using now. Like the women, they call it the tea and all this. I don't know, right? People rather be over there where it's popping. You know, just gossiping about other motherfuckers and all that. This is just what people feel they have to do to get on, and sometimes it works. But then it's what come with it that's why it becomes a problem where people will do anything to get on, but they don't want to acknowledge that there's no coming back when you open that door. So they really don't get to enjoy the success like they thought they would. Like, for example, like someone trying to get on by dissing somebody already on. So it's like making a diss record geared towards somebody who's already on. So they're not listening to it because your skill set is impeccable. It's because they want to hear you talking about the person that they actually acknowledge. That's how some people get on. Okay, let me diss somebody hot to get myself hot. Let me say something foul about somebody who's on, so that that's the philosophy that majority of the people take now. That's why that's why we see what we see in the mentality of the people, and that's just what it is. That's the truth of the matter. If we without sugarcoating it, right? It's about egotism. It's about egomania. We dealing with a bunch of egomaniacs, right? Like these type of conversations and things it doesn't do anything for them. What would it do for a person who's on a lower level anyway? What would it do for them? It's not supposed to do anything for you. Like if you're a person who gets off on drama and gossip, something like this, well, you fall asleep. You wouldn't even be able to be here this long. It doesn't do anything for you. So we have people like that. And this is the majority of the people, right? Because we understand majority of the people are not successful, right? Majority of the world is not successful, right? We know we be having this illusion that it's different, but it's not. Majority of the world is not successful. There's a very small percentage of people who are successful. I mean, the further you journey up the pyramid, it's less and less people around. Because at the base level, everyone's looking up to see who's up top. See, this is what the pyramid is. This is what I'm saying. This is so many different dimensions to this shit that people don't acknowledge. A pyramid is more than what we think it is. Just look at the philosophy of the shape itself. When you're at the bottom, you're looking up to see who's up top. Then you're going to feel like, oh, I'm better than them. I can do better. This is how people think. Like, oh, I see who's on top. Well, it ain't about nothing. I can do better than them or whatever it is that they do. So I'm going to climb my way up success, the ladder of success. I'm going to climb my way up so that I can outdo them and show and prove that I'm supposed to be up there. And that's the mentality that people have. It's a competitive mentality. That's what it is, to simplify it. Most people have a competitive mentality. So everybody is just competition. Everybody, it's fair game on anybody. So that's why they don't care about who they diss or who they talk shit about. It's all competition. But anybody who is red, anything that has something to do with new thought, right? New thought or the law of attraction or transcendental movement, right? Anyone who has studied knows that you have to operate from a creative mentality. It's all about who is the most creative, not who is the most competitive. Success does not come from being competitive. Now, let me explain that. Because yes, you have people, who play sports, who get paid lots of money to be competitive. But that's not what wins. The person that wins is the most creative, or the team, rather. It's not the team that's the most competitive, it's the team that's most creative. That's how you actually win the long run. I'm not talking about a game, we're talking about the series. To win the series, you got to do so with creativity, not competitiveness. That's the difference. So any rich book, Think and Grow Rich, the science of getting rich, Think and Grow Rich, thought forms, any book, Master Key System is about being creative, going beyond competition, going straight towards creativity. To be the most creative you can be is how you succeed, not because you're trying to knock out the competition, not because you're trying to be better than who you think is already on top and you need to outdo them. And like that's not how it works. But that's the mentality that people have. That's what they think what works. That's what they think works. And that's why you see them taking the moves and doing what they do. That's why a person would diss somebody that they never even met before. That's why somebody say something crazy about people they never met. Like they don't know what's going on with these people. But everybody got an opinion about people they don't know. Never met, probably never will. But they got infinite opinions. Every time somebody do something foolish, everybody's giving their commentary about it, right? Right? Every time a rapper do something foolish, right, go to jail or something, it's a million and one talking about it. How they're stupid, right? How they made a mistake, how they should have been smarter, how they, there's always people who got their 2 cents, their commentary about what someone else is doing. It's infinite. That's the majority of the content. Majority of this content is other people speaking about what someone else is doing. But the ones who stick around is the ones who are the most creative. That's why I feel I'm still around. That's why I feel I didn't phase out. I said I've been doing YouTube videos since 2007. So 13 years? Why am I still around? If I was competitive, trying to compete with everybody, I wouldn't be around because I would just either you would give up. Like, damn, I can't keep up with these people, or I can or I can't. But it would be too much competition, too much masculinity that you just want to redirect your energy. Again, like you got to watch every video that another person's putting out because you feel like they're your competent, and it's just too much. That I'm like, when you're creative, you're just doing you. That's why I'm still here, because I'm creative. I'm not, again, you see, I don't make content talking about no other person, not put no person's name. I don't speak about what anybody else is doing. Most of the time, if I do speak about it, it's not going to be in the title, so nobody's going to click on the video to hear me talk about no one else. Even if I do mention someone else, again, you're not going to know I mentioned it unless you actually watch the video, and it's only briefly. I'm not ever making a whole video talking about a whole other person's situation that I never even met. I don't do that type of content. That's the type of content that gets most of the views, but that's because the majority of the people is on a competitive frequency. So that's why. So it's less of the people are on different waves. So that's why it attracts a different type of person altogether. So just explaining the difference between the creative energy and the competitive energy. That's why a lot of people, again, everyone on social media is trying to be famous, essentially, right? Why even have a social media page if the goal isn't to, expand, which is no problem. It's just about, are you going to expand through competition or through creativity? Because creativity is harder. It's harder to do with creativity. It's easy when you're just giving commentary about shit that already happened. It's easy to talk shit about somebody who you felt did something wrong, because somebody's doing something wrong every single day. So you got an infinite store of content. That's why these motherfuckers got content. It's every day there's somebody doing something stupid, something competitive from the competitive mind, and it goes wrong. That happens every single day. So there's an abundance of content. But when it's creative, when you talk about the lesser mysteries, in the sense of, this is what happens when you upgrade your creativity and not your competitive spirit. It's not about upgrading your competitive spirit, it's about upgrading your creativity. Because when it's all about creativity, you can just speak or do what it is that you do because it illuminates your heart. I speak about what I speak on, and I can speak about it for as long as I can speak about it and as deeply as I can speak about it, because I'm passionate about it. I'm devoted to this. My life has fully been captured by this energy. My energy is not directed in two, three, four different ways. I'm not paying attention to whatever anyone else is doing. I don't watch spiritual people on YouTube. So I don't know what they're doing or what they're saying, because I don't even watch the content. So I'm not pulling from no one else. Like I don't even consume the content. I don't know what no one else is saying. I don't know what they're talking about. I don't watch the content. The content I watch is outside of what I actually do, other than ASMR. Like if you look at my homepage, it's mostly ASMR, meaning I'm just relaxing my mind while I'm working. Just have someone in the background while I'm doing something else, really. But I'm not consuming content that has something to do with what I do, other than people that I was already watching before I was even doing what I was doing. That's it. And there's not too many people. Like the people I was watching before I was even on YouTube, yeah, I would watch them, but it's not too many people. It's only a handful, if that. Like a Brother Panic, for example. Again, I have no problem shouting out the names because these are just people that I was watching before I was making videos. So Brother Panic isn't on YouTube every day, all day. You know what I mean? He shows up when he wants to, and it is what it is. He already put the work in. You know what I mean, it was only way before I was, I think, or at least doing these types of videos, no problem. Then you got like Rod Tep, who has a whole another channel. Like it's just a couple little people that I watch. Dr. Palai. I've been watching Dr. Palai for over 10 years. It's only a couple of people. I consume that, but other than that, but I get it because I'm like, why would I be when I was already studying this shit before these people were spiritual? That's kind of how it is for me. I feel like I was spiritual before it was cool to be spiritual. That's what's different with me. I didn't hop on the trend. I was already doing this before it was hot, because I had to suffer for it. That's the whole point. Same way I can easily pull out this tarot deck now. Like I said, this caused me to be homeless at one point in my life. Fucking with the tarot. Motherfuckers getting scared and shit, right? You can't be here with no fucking tarot deck. This is the energy I was getting when I was coming up. No, you can't do that. Fuck that. You can't do it while you're here. So I made a decision to leave. I'm like, all right, I'm getting the fuck on. I put more faith in this tarot than my whole living situation. Because it was either throw that deck away or get the fuck up out of here. I got the fuck up out. Most people wouldn't have made it. I'm like, I have more faith in this than whatever the fuck you talking about. Or whatever fear you have in your heart. I don't have that same fear. So I'm not going to bend to the rules. Do a tarot. What about you? What are you asking? So that's what it is. That's why I know. I know. So when I was into this shit, it wasn't cool because I don't know who that I don't even think that would happen in today's times because it's okay now, right? I don't think nobody would be too freaked out by a tarot deck unless super religious. But other than that, it's not really about nothing. Because also crystals. I was bringing crystals into the house. All right, crystals. I would make crystal water. I would be doing shit like that. Put crystals in water, put it in the sunlight. Motherfuckers taking my crystals and shit. They getting spooked out. Again, shit that's shit that I'm like, that shit is soft. Shit that I consider soft was freaking people out. Back when I was getting started with this. So that's how I know. It's like so. It's like yeah, I just been around for quite some time. So it's like it doesn't like I'm not impressed by some long and they're what I mean they it doesn't reflect like it reflects that they're new, right? Like they it's like it's hard to watch somebody who's new in the game when you've been around this long, right? So that's why I do what I do. That's why I'm only here to help. Again, that's why I'm like I'm not asking for anything. So I don't have to ask for likes, comments, donations. I'm like I'm off that. It's like that ain't what I'm here for. I'm here to set the trails proper for those who care. The dark magicians, right? That's what I call this. I call this the Q&A for the dark magicians, right? So for those who are on the come up, or those who've been in this shit, this is just to keep you on the path. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, crystals was the devil. Exactly. But no, I'm not sorry that I went through it because it made me who I am today. If I never traversed those streets, I would have been afraid of the streets. That's what I'm like. It's I don't know. I don't want to call it a catch 22, but it's basically like a disguised blessing. I don't know if you can call it that. Because had I never been introduced to the streets, I wouldn't be who I am. Because the figures that I met in the streets and just the amount of time that I spent in the streets, it's like I know that I have a skill set that most people don't have because they don't have that experience. So I'm like, oh, okay. Instead of looking at that situation as something negative, because I don't look at it as negative. I'm like, damn, I was homeless. I'm like, I don't look at that as negative. It's only negative when you don't. I just never settled for it, even if I was going through those situations. I'm like, all right, well, let me actually go deeper into the mysteries. So when I hit those streets, all it did was make me go deeper into the mysteries. So and that's what led me all the way to New York and back. That's what it is. Being homeless is not negative. Yeah, it has a different situation as to whatever situation they're going through. Like everybody isn't just a scumbag, a fucked up person. Like everyone. I couldn't just like when I'm on the streets. I'm like, I see all these people laying in the streets, especially California. You know what I mean? So like the homeless population there is different. It's different, my sense. So yeah, it's not nowhere else. It's different in LA and just the whole California, I'm sure. So it's a matter of how strong are you? My uncle threw away my crystals. Yeah, exactly. And I had to learn that, and that was my whole point. My whole point was you can you can see something as innocent yourself. I always looked at the tarot as innocent. Like I didn't start fucking with tarot cards because I wanted to do bad things to people. You know what I mean? Not to say that you can't do it, but you have to face other people's fears, and that's why people react differently than you. Because you can be approaching it with a pure heart, which is what I did. And I'm sure everyone who deals with the tarot, you approach it with a pure heart, but that's not necessarily how they don't see the pureness that you see because they're not willing to study, right? So that's why. Yeah, it was actually a positive. I don't look at it as a negative. It's a positive because I had to build my character. Because before that, all I knew was just going to work, being a good employee. What's up, Dank Wizard? Peace. All I knew before that was going to work, getting a paycheck, paying bills. But before I hit those streets, I didn't know nothing outside of this. Because again, I wasn't in the streets. I would just go to work and come home like everybody else. I didn't know what was actually going on in the streets of the city I was in. I did not know until I actually hit the streets and I figured it out. Oh, this is what actually occurs when I would usually be in the house sleep or, just twiddling my thumbs and just wasting my time, just waiting for the next day at work or something. This is what's actually going on. That was behind the veil. So that's what it did for me. It showed me what actually occurs. Well, while we're safe in our households, this is what's actually going on outside. I went on until I actually figured it out. So that I wouldn't have known about Devil. So all of the things I did, I wouldn't have never known. If I was just going to work paying bills, I wouldn't have never found out about Devil's Gate. Would have never found out about Aleister Crowley, Lehman, Scientology, and all these things that made a mark in LA. Even to this day, like the actual history of LA that nobody talks about, I had to learn that from the streets. Just running into places like, what the fuck happened here? Like Skid Row and all that. I didn't know nothing about Skid Row. I figured out about Skid Row because I was homeless. I was traveling. Because I was a person. I'm like, I'm not about to lay in the streets. I'm about to travel around. Eventually, my travels led me to Skid Row. I knew nothing about that. I learned about Skid Row after the film. I would just take it back. Like, well, what happened here? I'd do my history after. Would have never known nothing about that if I wasn't navigating. Because again, I wasn't a person that stayed in one place. You know what I mean? I was all over the place. So I would have never did any of this had I never been introduced to the streets. And the fact that I was introduced to the streets from the tarot, I was like, I never did that. But that was the best thing that could, because now you get to see it play out in real time. So now everything I'm studying, I'm seeing it playing out in real time. Because I don't have the veil over my eyes anymore because manifestation happens a lot quicker when you're in the streets. That's what I learned. I didn't know that before. I'm like, oh, when I'm in the street, manifestation happens rapidly because you're around the chaos. The streets is the chaos. From the chaos or from my spirit work up, that's what it just showed me. Look, the strange things, the strangest things. Who learned experience? It blew my mind because the things that I saw was very interesting. Right? Just little things like I was sick. Like I sat on the train one time. It was a couple in front of me, it was a woman and a man, and the woman kept looking back at me. I'm like, your husband is right. The fuck you looking at me? This is my mentality. Then the homeless man comes into the train, asking everybody for money. Right? So this man comes on the train. He's loud and proud. See, I need shit too, but I wasn't. You know what I mean? I was putting it in spiritual. So instead of asking people, putting my hand, I just gave my energy to the spirit. So the man asked, he's going up and down the rows, putting his hand out, asked for money. So the woman gives like 50 cents, right? So he gets off the train. So once he gets off the train, she turns and looks back at me and she hands me like, it was, I don't know, maybe like $5 or something. Like way more than she gave him. She was like, You need that. Take it. And I'm like, I didn't open my mouth. I didn't say I needed anything. I'm just on the train getting from point A to point B. I didn't say nothing to this woman. I'm not. No, nobody knows about my situation. Like, all I'm doing is putting in the spiritual work. And when something like that happens, I'm like, she could have gave that money to the dude that was asking, but she gave it to me, the person who wasn't asking. Why? Why does the person asking only get 50 cents and the person that wasn't asking gets $5? It's just it's secrets of the universe that you can't discover anywhere else. You got to actually see it play out. It's things like that where I'm gonna help, right? According to everyone else, like, don't be a help, because I don't want pity. I don't like that energy. Like a person is taking pity on me. Like, I'm not, again, that's why I'm like, I'm not about to put up no sign and panhandle. That just wasn't my mentality. I'm not about to panhandle and, put myself below other people. So I'm about to make it obvious that I'm homeless. So what's obvious? So that's what made it hard for me, is because I had to maintain my image. See, everybody doesn't do that. I had to maintain my image. So that was the most challenging. The most challenging is to keep yourself clean, to keep yourself up, to keep yourself looking presentable. You know what I mean? So that you don't start looking homeless. Because once you start looking homeless, then people treat you a certain type of way when you reflect that. So I had to learn. I'm like, all right, I have to keep my appearance up. So just because I may be in this situation, I can't let my whole self go. So that's why I'm like, all right, I got to keep myself up. Then I made sure to hit the library every day. Every day I'm in the library. Whether it's to get a little bit of sleep, maybe 20, 30 minutes sleep, because you ain't about to get no long sleep. And if the security come see you sleeping, they're gonna wake you up. And if they wake you up too many times, they're gonna put you out. I never got put out, even though I was in there, getting sleep. But I was, the cat nap, as you say. So if you hear somebody walking, you just wake up. So it was a challenge, like, yeah, trying to, just sneak in sleep, what I mean, stay clean, stay, smelling good, looking good, because you didn't, your value for yourself doesn't decrease because you're in this situation. So my value for myself didn't decrease. So I had to upkeep, which we do anyway. When you're in the house, you just get up, take a shower, get dressed. So it's like I did the thing I was doing anyway, just without the convenience of a household. So I had to figure out how to do what I was already doing without the household. So that's why for me it taught me how to still make things happen, even if you hit rock bottom. Because that's, you say, most fear is like, yeah, just hitting rock bottom. You can say that's a fear for most people. It's not a fear for me, because this is what you do when you get there. That's how you get out of it. This is when I'm like, oh, okay, all right. So like I have no emotion attached to it because it's already been figured out. Where just because you see people in the streets doing what they do, it doesn't mean that that is your outcome. So just because you see people like who may get super drugged out, or they give up on their appearance, that doesn't mean that that's the actual route. Just because you're in this situation, that's what I had to learn. Because most, like, when I was, before I actually navigating the streets, that's how I was looking at people navigating the streets. I'm like, they must be doing something wrong. Until I actually saw with my own eyes and actually was face to face with these people. Now I get a different perspective. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. It's just not what I thought it was. Not when it's been the weirdest. My weirdest experiences on the planet has been in the street. It's been in the streets. It's been absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's been to a woman that's wanted me to penetrate her, and I'm trying to fuck out of there. That's what I'm saying. It's been the craziest shit. Imagine being at a bus stop. I'm just sitting at the bus stop chilling. All right, not bothering nobody. I'm minding my own business. But the bus doesn't travel past this bus stop, right? So I'm just sitting here like, all right, let me nod out for 20, 30 minutes, get my inner, and let me move on. All right, so I'm just sitting around, just fucking wake up, a woman is sitting next to me. I'm like, when did she get here? But I'm like, she may just be waiting on the bus too. Whatever. fucking touch me. I'm kind of weary to even tell this story. I don't even get this crazy, but this is real shit. So it is what it is. But it's just shit like this. I'm like, wait a minute. This woman is asking me to penetrate her. Like, I'll make it PG-13. This woman is asking me to penetrate her. She didn't use those words. She used a different set of words, but I'm gonna PG-13. So she's asking me. She's what you know she's saying is you know what she's saying in your mind is two words. All right, she's saying, I'm like, what? So my first reaction was to ignore her. I'm like, all right, this can't. You can't be really asking me. I'm putting it on myself. I'm questioning my own mentalism. I'm like, it ain't no way you're really asking me to do this. I could be like, I'm not interpreting this right. And like, I'm trying to make up every use in my mind as to why this can't be what I think it is right in front of my face. Hence, what the world actually is and what we want it to be. As I said earlier, I'm trying to replace how the world is with how I think it should be, or how I'm trying to replace it with my own personal. I'm trying to personalize shit, and it ain't personal. All right, so I didn't do it, of course, because I'm like, it was more about. I was more shocked. I couldn't believe it. I'm like, wait a minute. I was more afraid. Let's be honest, more afraid that this was actually occurring than what was actually. I have to put this right. I was more in the back by the fact that this woman was being so aggressive. This isn't someone, because we know, like, as men, you gotta go through all this stuff to get women. Not again, we know how it is. You have to go through a process, right? A woman is not just gonna let you just bend her over and fuck, right? There's a process that has to go down, all right? My mind, I'm still thinking about this process. Like, women just don't do this, all right? This is my mind. This is not reality. This is my mind. I'm like, is there something I need to do? Like, are you asking me for money, or you asking me to do something for him? Because in my mind, I'm like, hey, woman, just bend over and do this shit, right? So when I'm seeing, the more and more I'm starting to realize that there is just like, it's not asking me for money. It's not, trying to steal any of my items. Like, none of this is here. So I'm like, what is this then? This person doesn't want anything from me other than this currency. Then you know what it was? I figured out what it was. I realized I did it. Indirectly. I indirectly caused that. Not directly, indirectly. What do I indirectly? Because upon further thought, I realized them. I realized the thoughts I was having before I took that 30-minute nap. And when you don't sleep for a while, it's called sleep deprivation, and you begin to hallucinate if you too long. So if all I'm doing is taking 20, 30-minute cat naps, this is the equivalent to polyphasic sleep. Polyphasic sleep is when you only take 20 or 30-minute naps. You don't sleep a full chunk of the day. You only take naps. So I'm basically living a lifestyle equivalent to polyphasic sleep. So that means my thoughts are more powerful than normally would be if they were just scattered all over the place because of the energy that I'm exalting, not exalting, but I'm pushing all this energy out, trying to maintain my consciousness. To stay up, you need to maintain your consciousness to take energy. So I'm like, oh, before I took that 30-minute nap, I was thinking about some pornographic thoughts. Right? I'm like, oh, I it here, not knowing that this shit was gonna come back to me quicker than I'm thinking. Let me just think about something to get my mind off of what's actually occurring here. Like, let me relax my mind so I can actually get some rest. Let me think about, a pleasurable thought so that I can, calm myself down. But I wasn't thinking like, oh, the spirit is going to supply something to calm your ass down. Like, oh, that's what you were asking for? How I saw life. It's just a small example of how, I'm like, wait a minute. If my thoughts, I don't know who this person was. Again, this person just showed up, and I had to get away from this motherfucker. That's just how crazy it got. This person is touching and shit. Cause like I'm trying to keep my face forward, like this person is next to me. I'm trying to look forward, just grabbing my head and making me turn and look at it. Well, I'm talking to you, motherfucker. I'm trying to push it off. I'm like, oh, you can't ask me this. Who's just gonna do that, right? The more I try to play it off, the more aggressive this shit, to the point where I had to leave the whole area. I had to leave the area. I'm like, wait a minute. It's time for me to get up out of here. Like, this woman is not gonna take a no for an answer, and I'm thinking shit is gonna be okay. No, that rejection is not gonna be taken lightly, right? It's like a sucky. There you go. There you go. So, it's shit like where that shit wouldn't happen if I was in my own bed, dreaming, right? Cause ain't nobody gonna walk up in your house and do no shit like that. But that becomes a possibility if you are in a position where it can be a possibility. That's what I realized. I'm like, oh, the only reason that happened is because I was in a position to where it could happen. If I was in a position where it could not have happened, then it wouldn't have happened. Hence, because I was actually in the streets, navigating the streets, and I decide to rest in a place where people can still, move. Again, it was nighttime, so it was like 3 p.m. It was like 3 a.m. So it wasn't like people just all over the place. But because I was in a position for that to occur, basically, is great as the odds were, because I know this ain't shit ain't just happening every day. So as great as the odds were for that to happen, it still happened because there was still a slight chance. It wasn't a 0.0 like it would be if you're laying in your sleep. A person may come to you in your dreams, you may have sex with, but that's as far as it's going. Position that you're in, you're putting yourself in a position to have astral dynamics occur. Versus you put yourself in a position for physical examples to occur. So basically, here we go again with the difference between the astral and the physical. Right? So when you're in your home, when you're in comfort of your own home, then the astral body dominates. When you're out in the public and hiding amongst other people, then your physical body dominates. Right? So it's just examples. Like, I have countless examples. This is just one. This is countless examples. This stuff that I've never even spoke about because I'm like, it's quite extreme. And I'm like, oh, well, yeah, I'm a Scorpio. And Scorpios are known to be extremists. Right? Scorpios are known to be extremists. So I'm like, oh, this is my extreme ass doing this shit. Same shit. I mean, again, I can give you another example of, right, I'm just smoking a joint. Something that I would do anyway. Nothing out of the usual. I'm staying at a little motel. That's how I do. I'm like, let me be somewhere where no one would think, just being. This is how I. This is just again. I move like a spirit. That's just how I move. You know what I mean? Nobody know nothing. Nobody know nothing. And nobody know my whereabouts. So nobody knows like a spirit. So I'm like, let me go to a place where ain't nobody gonna spit beer. And let me just chill. Little do I know. Cause I'm like, all right, I'm at the motel. Again, I'm not gonna front. It was a motel, little motel. there was no smoking in the building. Right? No smoking. So outside to smoke, but I'm like, all right, if I step outside, now I'm like right at the corner, right? So I'm not about to smoke and it's visible. So what I do, I decided to take a walk around the block, stand and smoke because it's too obvious. A police car passed, they see this nigga standing around and smoking, it's gonna be a problem. So what I do, I'm like, okay, if I'm going to smoke, I'm going to be moving while I smoke. So as I'm walking, I'm going to be smoking. So by the time I get to the end of the block and back, I'll be done, right? So I'm not standing nowhere and just be smoking, and it's too hot. Because if I'm walking, I can take a smoke and I can put my hand down, and like unless you don't really know what's going on, unless you actually smell it. So in the midst of me doing this, walking around the block, smoking my little joint, nothing out of the ordinary, no problem. In my mind, I'm thinking, I'm like, what is the last thing I was in the streets? I'm thinking in my mind, so I'm contemplating. I'm like, what would be the last thing that I would see in these streets? And my answer was pussy, open pussy. I'm like, that ain't something you're just gonna be seeing in this. Cause I'm thinking about not what you would see, what you wouldn't see. I'm like, the last thing you would see is probably like a woman's pussy, a woman's vagina, the yoni. Right? I'm like, that's probably be the last thing you would see in the streets. Because prior to that point, I have not seen the streets. I ain't seen no naked yoni in the streets. I hadn't seen it before this. So I'm just thinking about the last thing I would see. So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna be the last thing. Little do I know, I'm indirectly inspiring events. So on my way back to the motel, there's like there's this man in front of this tent. He's in front of this tent. And I see him from afar. So I'm walking closer, closer, closer. My thought is just walk around this man because he's standing in front of the street, the sidewalk. So the only way to pass him, because it was a little sidewalk. So the only way to pass him, I have to go around him. So I have to go around him because he's blocking the path. So my thought was to go around him. Little do I know, I'm not gonna be able to just pass like that. That's what I'm saying. My thoughts is moving in a different direction, and this is what's going on. So he's standing outside. He's looking into the tent. So by the time I get close enough to him to actually pass him, he points into the tent. So he puts his finger. He looks at me and he looks into the tent. He like look into this tent. I saw that same tent walking to the corner that I walked to, but I'm like, I'm not about to look in the tent. I'm like, wow. Like, again, my mind is on smoking a joint. I'm thinking about that. I'm just focused on what I have going on. Do I know? Of course, you know where I'm going from here. Of course, when I look in there, because I'm being instructed to do so, I didn't just look in there trying to be nosy. Like, oh, what's going on in here? All right? I look in there. There's a fucking woman masturbating. She's fucking masturbating, and he's watching. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? I still think about it. I'm like, wait a minute. So this is not haphazard. This is not a woman enjoying her personal space and still happen to be a dude that walks past and that disturbs her. Because she could have easily closed the window. You can the shit so nobody can see what's going on. It was purposely opened. And she has an audience. Someone's watching her play with herself and telling me to look in here. Oh, look, enjoy the views. And I'm like, well, I was just taken aback. I'm like, I was just thinking about this shit. I was just thinking about the last thing I would see, and I literally see it before I even make it back to the motel. In the most unusual way possible. But that's what the streets do. That's what the streets do. I'm like, wait a minute. How did I bring forth the most least likely event to occur. I'm not thinking about what could happen. I'm thinking about what couldn't happen. Then, literally, when I make a decision about what is the last thing that could happen, a decision on like, well, the last thing I would see is a woman's yoni. That's the last thing I would see. And how is that the first thing I see? So it's just like that. That just completely destroys my way of thinking and how I think about the law of attraction, how I think about manifestation, how I think about creation. It completely changes that. I'm like, wait a minute. Why did that come forth? And I'm thinking about what wouldn't happen. Why am I thinking about the last thing that would happen and that's the first thing that would happen? I'm like, oh, okay, well, because according to the law of attraction, according to all this new age philosophy, the new thought, new age, you're supposed to be thinking about positive stuff. You're supposed to be thinking about, yeah, what you actually do. Books telling you to think about what you don't want to happen. And that's going to be the first thing to happen. They ain't saying that. So why it happen like that for me? Why am I thinking about the last and it becomes the first? So it's just little. I'm just giving examples of extreme situations of it's level of I had something to do with that because it was in my thought. So it was different is I would just walk the street and I saw that without any premeditated thought. I would have had a different type of reaction. It would have been completely different. But because I knew that I was thinking about this 2 minutes before it happened, 3 minutes before it happened, and so I'm like, oh man, this is realer than I thought it was. Oh, this actually works both ways. This is not just what you think and what you want to bring forth. If I'm able to bring forth the least likely event, then they're not telling the whole story when everyone is telling you to put all your energy into your goals and your focus and you only supposed to think one thing and that one thing only and it's supposed to help everyone else and to be a vessel of the universe. All this shit out the window when I saw that yoni. I'm like, unbelievable. That's it. I'm like, oh, this is what reality is versus what I thought it was based on these books I was reading. This is what I thought it was, but this is what's real versus what you think is real. Oh, this is how it actually works versus how I think it works and how it's being taught. It's being taught in one way, it actually works in a different way. It's another example. You know how many examples I have? I have another one. It was an example of I'm thinking that I'm just meeting somebody for the first time, right? I'm thinking I'm just meeting somebody for the first time. And this person then says, I had a dream. What the fuck you had a dream about me? We just met today. No, wait, no. Like I had a dream. Like I saw this before it happened. It's like everything we were doing, I saw this in a dream. I'm like, So, how is this complete stranger who's never met me in day and life? I never met them. But when they actually did meet me, like, wait a minute, I dreamt about this. It reminds them of a dream that they actually did have, rather. And then it's the violence. Let me see how to properly word this. Because of that reason, because I wasn't this unfamiliar energy to them, because they knew that they had a dream prior that I didn't know nothing about it because they had to tell me. I'm like, how would I dream about a person I never met? How would I do that? I've never met a person, and I can just tell how different the energy was and how different the vibe was and just how everything was completely different than versus somebody who, like, oh, hey, I don't know who you are, I just met you today. And because you know that force field that most people have up, people have a force field up, and this person just didn't have a force field. Talking about they had a dream, and I'm like, this is like, how did you dream about me? And I just met your ass. Because I'm thinking like, oh, okay, well, this is how consciousness works. We are all connected already. As long as you place yourself in position to receive, you're going to receive because we're already connected, even if it's not conscious. So yes, I was not consciously aware of a person who dreamed about me, but I was aware too, and there was a person through our psyche or through the unconscious mind. It had already been done. It's like everything we did had already been done. How else are you gonna dream about something that ain't happened yet? That reminds you, basically like deja vu, right? Deja vu is like you feel like you've been somewhere before. You're like, yo, this is not my first time here, even though it's your first time here. Like, yo, this place feels familiar, even if you've never been here before. It's countless examples of this because I'm just giving nice examples. This is just, sexual. This is here anyway. That's why I'm talking about this stuff. But there's also stuff I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the killers. You know what I mean? Yeah, people who have bodies on them, and then they tell me about it, and I'm like, I just met this person. Why are they telling me about the people they killed? Getting into vast detail about it. So I'm like, no, they ain't making this shit up, because they're going into detail about how they did it, how they executed their plan. And this is a person that was walking down the street, and I ran into this person, and this is what it's just indirect. The goal for that night, I was walking around with a rock on my head. That's what I was doing, because the ancient people, they know how to balance things on their head, right? So I'm balancing a big ass rock on my head, just walking down the street. It probably looks pretty weird. Who is this person walking around with this big ass rock on their head, balancing that shit, right? Person is in their car, so they yell from out of their car, hey, like you gang bang? Ask me, do I gang bang? I'm like, damn, I guess gang bangers around with rocks on their head, right? But because he was a gang banger. So I guess they just want to know because you could be a potential enemy, right? So they just want to get that out the way. So once it was clarified that no, that I'm not on that. For whatever reason, he just revealed the secrets. Because we having a conversation. I'm like, all right, well, yeah, I am deaf though. But I think again, I'm like, yeah, I am a Scorpio. Scorpio is deaf, so somebody will report deaf to me, huh? I'm sure I'm like, oh, they just feel comfortable with this shit, huh? Because Scorpio. What else could it be? Why else would you be telling me about death? That's murder. That that never goes. It never. Basically, you can get tried for murder. Like it doesn't. There's no statutes of limitation. There we go. There's no statute of limitation for murder, right? But this happened more than once. One time. That was in LA. I had it in LA then, and when I was in New York, it happened again. I was just looking for some weed. This is crazy. I'm like, all right. I'm in New York, don't know nobody. I'm like, I don't know where weed from. I'm like, all right, well, let me put the magic, let me put the work in. So I see this mysterious figure standing outside of the bus station, right? So I come out the bus station. I'm looking around. I'm like, like who would even know who would know? So I see this mysterious figure. I'm like, he would know. This guy would know. I see this mysterious, so I stand next to him. I don't say nothing to him. I walk to him and stand next to him. Then I speak to him. Right? I'm like, hey, he was scared out of his mind when I first said something. He like, yo, you scared the shit out of me, yo. He was taken aback. I don't know what again. I don't know. It's just a Scorpio energy, whatever. But I'm like, all right. I'm like, You know where I can get some weed? He not only knew where to get it from, he navigated me to the place. So he actually knew exactly where to get it from. I never knew this person, never met this person. I just thought like, maybe he knows where it is, and he knew exactly where it was. He actually knew people on the block that we was on. He was actually having conversations. Somebody gave me a beer. I got a beer out of him. I'm like, this motherfucker know people. I didn't know that. I'm like, oh, he just looks like he knows where it is. But he had asked me where I'm from. I'm like, I'm coming from LA. He was like, oh, it was a respect. See, this is what it's. We hear little things, about it may not be in the East for the West, and no, it's true in LA though. Meaning, I was respected being from LA. I was respected in New York. Meaning, it was like they felt like it was a badge of honor. They were like, oh, okay. It was. But when I went back to LA after being in New York, no, it wasn't. They wasn't as accepting. I feel like the energy switched. Like, cause I became more New Yorkish. Because when I was in New York, the time I changed my style, New York had an effect on me. Like I'm looking at styles, I'm like, God damn, these motherfuckers is fresh. Like everybody's fresh, the whole block. Like damn, everybody's fresh, everybody's styled up, right? So it was like I'm like, yo, I need to wear my shoes different. Like my style changed. So I'm like, I was just influenced as anyone would be. When you're around a place that has a lot of fashion, you're into the fashion naturally. So of course you're going to be inspired by it, even if you don't want to be. Because I didn't look to be inspired, I just was. So it was like so my style had changed. So when I left LA, I guess I looked like a LA person when I left LA. But once I came back to LA, in New York, I didn't look LA no more. I looked more Eastern. So I'm saying this. Oh my gosh, gosh. Try to tell these stories, but there's so many things attached to this. What I mean by that, because I don't think y'all get full context of what I'm saying when I say that. What I mean by that is, it was two incidents that I almost had to hurt somebody. That's just how serious it was. Two incidents. I almost had to hurt somebody. What do I mean? Because this is just how LA is. LA is real tribal. It is what it is. So I'm just telling these stories because it's just tales from the crypt. That's what it is. Can you talk about Phoenix? Yeah, right after the story. Yeah, I can talk about. Sure. Phoenix really. Phoenix surprised me. I wasn't expecting Phoenix to be as diverse as it was. Phoenix was very diverse. Wasn't expecting that much diversity. And I also was seeing Indians. Like I can clearly tell the Indians apart from the other races. I'm like, oh, they're actually here. Like they have a distinct look and stuff. Like you don't just be seeing. Especially not, again, I don't see them. I don't be seeing them, but they're out there like in abundance. So it was a surprise to see the diversity. Phoenix, a lot of diversity in Phoenix, and it was. I was also impressed by the how much they exalt the devil. The devil is exalted in Phoenix, because they have teams called like the Sun Devils and stuff. So I was great. I was impressed. They exalt the devil out here. I'm like, oh, okay, okay. The sunset is that's the greatest sun I've ever seen is in Phoenix. Not Arizona. The whole Arizona. It ain't got to be the Arizona sunset. Enjoy because Arizona is like technically the dead. It actually gets hotter in Arizona than Vegas. It's crazy. I'm like, damn, it actually gets hotter. It's hotter in Phoenix. But it was very, very diverse. And again, I'm navigating the streets. So I'm trying to, like the spirit of Phoenix, I'm about to get in tune with it. Let me get in tune with it. The spirit of Phoenix was, not only was I by how much they exalt the devil, It was very nice too. I went to a library that had a waterfall. It was a library with a waterfall. I'm like, that's some crazy. And there's no library in Vegas that got a fucking waterfall. It's not. All right, like this is some other shit. So we got waterfalls in the libraries because you know I got a libraries. I'm checking out every library, and it was very very upscale. Again, I was in the downtown area with the trains and stuff. Um, I saw a Masonic lodge that they covered up certain symbols like the first Masonic lodge. You know, again, I did videos on this already. Cause yeah, I wanted to see that Masonic lodge. I wanted to see the Masonic lodge in Phoenix. You know, I wanted to see the energy. So I'm like, oh, this is the Masonic lodge had like an inverted pentagram on it, and they exalt the devil. I'm like, okay, this is definitely, and also Scientology was started in Arizona. Scientology was still big. So Scientology has a basis in Arizona. So, and you know L. Ron Hubbard, Lafayette. I have a I'll let y'all hear this beat. This is the beat I made when I was channeling L. Ron Hubbard. You know, because I did that. And they have a lot to say, seriously. But that's what the necromancer is supposed to do. See, that's how I know it's death is not the end because I'm like, motherfuckers be coming in. Like, I know, like, how? Like, you come to me? All right. Give me a second. Let me open this up. So this beat was inspired by L. Ron Hubbard. But I know about a lot about him because I read it, but then I work with him personally. This how I found out. This how I found out about people because I actually interact with them directly, right? So all the stuff I know about Crow, I know all the things I know about even Machiavelli, like Tupac and all that. Tupac has came to me. I'm in Vegas. He died in Vegas. So like it's crazy. It's crazy. When you're in tune, it's like this shit is crazy. How much energy that actually comes to you when you are open because there's so much information that we don't have access to. But let me get to this beat. So yeah, I made this medieval beat, channeling Lafayette. I like Lafayette better than L. Ron Hubbard. That's what everybody know him by. I know him by Lafayette. Anyway, um, I remember you said one time if you're gonna commit murder, you need to have a clear vision to execute it. As a Scorpio myself, I'm curious you still believe that. If you're gonna commit murder, you need to have a clear vision. Well, yeah, if you wanna take it there, we can go there. Cause yeah, I know, cause I didn't have those conversations. So I said I didn't spoke to. Oh, I didn't even tell. Yeah, I was telling you about the New York guy who I got the weed from, but I didn't tell you. Yeah, that was the reason I brought him up. It wasn't for the weed. That was what he did. But as he was speaking to me, he was another person that had taken somebody's life. He had did time for it. All right, so he was a person that like did I guess like 20 years because he killed somebody, and he had weapons on him that day. He was like, "Yo, if anybody fuck with us, I got the ice pick on me." This is his words to me. He like, "Yo, if anybody fuck with us, I got the ice pick on us. Not on us, on him." He like, "I got the ice like." So he's just ready for war. I'm like, "Yo, yeah." I'm like, he did prison time, and you stay protected. So I can understand that mentality. But I'm like, yeah, uh, it's to answer your question. It's killing is a profession. That's why you have hired hitmen, right? Sure. Right? That's a profession. Like any other, you're just an assassin. So you can an assassin, that is a profession. So when you do that as a profession, whether you're doing it legally or because you can legally kill, you can be licensed to kill legally, but then you can kill illegally and not be licensed. But in terms of the mentality you have when you are a when your goal in life is to kill, when you are an assassin, because the death current is real. Yes, that means you have to perfect your craft. If that is your profession, yes, you definitely perfect your if that is your profession. If that's what you signed up to be, right? If that's so, why wouldn't you master your craft if that's what you signed up to be? So if you signed up to be an assassin, whether it's for the gang, whether it's for the government, whether it's for the cult, whatever it is, why not? Why not master your craft? Why not know exactly what to do and what you should do to execute it to the best of your ability? Is that not what the military do? Is that not how they train their killers? When they send their killers on mission, are they not well trained and have it clear of how they're going to do what they're going to do? You see, but we don't look at it as something strange when we only look at it as something strange when it's illegal. So yes, the same way a legal killer has to master their craft of killing, it's the same thing on the other side, the illegal side. So yes, when that's your profession, you should master your profession. How can you be most effective in taking a person's life? If that is your profession, you literally getting paid to do that. You're getting paid to kill. You're doing it legally, you're getting paid to do it. Even if you do it illegally, somebody's paying you under the table. So it's a profession when people are paying you to do it. When you're paid, take life, legally or illegally. You definitely should be the best at that if that's what you choose to do. Why not? If you hasn't, why not be the best? Once you come to the conclusion what you're here to do, you're here to solve death current. So that means you are the one that brings forth death. So it means you're the angel of death. You ain't here to be an angel of death. Because remember, death is an angel. Death is not a devil. Death is an angel. So death is angelic, right? Just like Lucifer is angelic, not Satan. Because Satan is Lucifer at his fallen state. So when Lucifer is in his fallen state, he becomes Satan. But Lucifer in his exalted state is the greatest angel. So when Lucifer is exalted, he's the greatest angel. When he is in his lower form, he is you can say the greatest devil. But it all depends on what side of the scale he chooses to be on. And we know it's all a metaphor. What side of the scale you choose to be on. So yeah. I do have some stuff to take care of. Some idiot attacked my cousin with an axe and I can't accept it. Yeah. Street justice. It's the law of the land, an eye for an eye. That's the law of the land. It may not be the law, the physical law, but it's the law of the land. That's what happened in the streets. If a person do something to you, you're definitely not going to the cops, right? You got to handle that on your own. Street justice, but you're not supposed to because you killing illegally, and then you have to pay the penalty for it, even though that's the law. So that's why you have to be skilled at what, because you're not trying to lose your freedom over street justice, are you? If you want to maintain your freedom and still get that street justice, you have to do it as a master. You have to be a master of your craft if you want to maintain your freedom. Because you can do it sloppy and just get arrested the next day or the next hour or the first 48 hours. We know about that. But those is for slops. But if we're talking about the thuggies, the real killers, the followers of Cali, because Cali is a breath, and the followers of Cali was called the thuggies. And the thuggies strangled people. They didn't leave any blood. They strangled your ass, but no blood. So if you got to spill blood, that's a sloppy death because it's evidence. What evidence do you have when a person got choked to death and there's no blood? right? That's the thuggy way. But you see, is you gotta you a person is not even going to be thinking about these things if they're not in a certain lifestyle. The rural parts of Africa have any police because we shouldn't depend on police anyway. It's just that people just they still want to be able to live. How do I say it? You got to be true to the streets. If you're not, you're gonna have problems. In other words, you're gonna have problems. But, I mean, yeah, if you do something to a person do something to you back, right? It just is what it is. And nobody just going charge it to the game and either get someone else to do it. No, you're gonna have a problem again, which is why it's not. You shouldn't be fucking with your own people anyway. And what I mean by your own people, people in the same situation as you, like that. I mean, it's taken from somebody who barely has something, just like you barely have something. You know what I mean? I'm not with that. But this is what I'm saying. It's about rank. It's about rank. It's the same thing with demons. It's all about your rank. Your rank is what matters. Your rank is how you will negate situations. So the people with on lower rank, yeah, they split your wig right in the middle of the road. Dealing with a demon, let's just say. If you're dealing with demons, yeah, they split you in the middle of the road. And those people do exist. Then you got the people who won't say a word to you, but then your ass to come up missing. And nobody know what happened. Because you're dealing with a higher up. It all depends on who you're dealing with, how they will go about executing their plan. So, but that's just, again, how the world is versus how we think it should be. So the world is, if you do something to a person, they do something to you back. They don't get karma for that. You don't build karma because a person put this on you and you defended yourself. That's what generates karma. Karma is when you're on the offense. When you're on the offense, then you gotta watch your back. When you're out here doing things to people that you know that you're gonna have to deal with later, you're gonna have to watch your back then. However, if your mind is not on stealing nothing from nobody, right? You ain't trying to scam, you ain't trying to hustle nobody, you ain't do anything wrong for a person to want to have those type of emotions towards you anyway. Then that ain't really the issues you got to worry about. How I know, because again, I was in the hoods of LA in the heart of gang banging. You know what I mean? That's an actual experience that I went through in my life. And I know some being someone who was not in a gang, but being in a gang neighborhood, right? Hoover neighborhood, because I know the Hoover Crips. You're in the Hoover neighborhood, right? I know because that's what they was yelling to me. If I pass, they're yelling Hoover Crip, whatever. So if you're outside of the gang and you're not necessarily giving the gang a reason to fuck with you, they probably won't. However, if you didn't diss somebody, then yeah, they may do something to you worse. But that's the whole thing. Like you can't control how a person responds or reacts to them. You may punch somebody in the face, and because you're a fighter and you expect them to hit you back, but they may pull out a gun and shoot you. Because you don't control how a person reacts. You only control how you react. So hence, you're not doing anything in basically your defense. Like I'm all about defense. Like you're not gonna catch me doing nothing to nobody that who didn't do anything to me first. Like I'm not going on the offense doing anything to anybody. Hence, well, I'm not walking around looking over my shoulder either because I'm not going around building up bad karma. However, you still have to be aware. Person may be looking for your ass, not look, but they may be looking at you pray, unless you have ranked up. I've always been talking about this. I've talked about this for so long. I may be the only person that talks about rank, real rank. I'm not talking about military rank. I'm talking about rank in real life. That's what determines your experience is your rank. Real in real life, meaning a person acknowledges your rank. It's subconscious and it's unconscious. It's not something that you see. Like in the military, I'm this and I'm that. It ain't something you say, it's something you are. You are your rank. Your rank is you. You live and you think in accordance to your rank. So I know that because I've been to the east, the west, north, and the south, and I've been moving around with rank. I said it. I got rank because I said I do. It's just because of the actual experience. It's because of the actual time and effort spent in that rank. It's like the time and effort you spend, getting your degree, high school degree. You have that degree to show forth that you can demonstrate your skill set. So your rank is your ability to demonstrate your skill set, right? So if a part of your skill set is survival, then your rank is based on your ability to survive. I actually did a question before this, so let me answer this question. What exactly is a void? I've been studying archons and I have no idea what that word is. Son of the void, Hebrew, door of the void. So what exactly is a void? And you're mentioning names. I'm not necessarily sure how to say that. Yalda Bahat. That may be how you say it. But the void. What is the void? The void is Doth. Very simply. Since I think you're using Hebrew terms. So Doth. Daath. The 11th void. On the tree of life, or the Kabbalah, it's the 11th sephirah called Doth. Doth is the gnosis. Gnosis means, so the void is a state of gnosis. When a person goes into the void, it's sleep, and it's where you go into trance, which is called Doth. Doth takes you to the clip-off, which is the tree of death, which is the opposite of the tree of life. Doth takes you to the tree of death, which is about purification through the fires. Fire purification. Once you travel through the clip-off, the only thing remains is what is pure, what could not be burned in the fire. The only part of you that cannot be burned in the fire is your soul force. You go through the clip-off to remove all these things that actually can be removed, till nothing else can be removed. And that's when you make your way to Kether, which is the heaven, or the crown. You make your way to the crown by going through the void. So if you're talking about the middle pillar of the tree of life, you got Malkuth, you got Yesod, you got Eberith, all right, you got Doth, you got Kether. You're talking about the middle pillar. Oh yeah, y'all, the broth is a demiurge. Okay, I see what you're saying. So for me, I look at the urge like the Gnostics look at the demiurge. The demiurge is like the Matrix. Like if you remember the Matrix movie when Neo met the architect, that's basically Neo meeting the demiurge, or us meeting the demiurge, or the oversoul, which is responsible for your reincarnation. The demiurge is responsible for your reincarnation. That's why it's our job to stop reincarnation. Because all you're doing is feeding the demiurge. The demiurge is what causes distractions, of what keeps you from your path of non-reincarnation. Because if you had to reincarnate, that means you did something. And you didn't finish something because you were distracted by the broth of the demiurge. So the demiurge is just a distraction, a necessary distraction, because it's a law of polarity. Can you supersede this distraction to fulfill your purpose? That's all it is. It's a necessary distraction. Everybody has to have an option or free will. See, that's free will. That's free will. True free will is the universe always gives you an option, and you can pick from those options. That's free will. Free will is a law of polarity. You can either go left or right. As simple as that. Free will is either I can leave or stay. I can go. I can go left or I can go right. It's not about the actual choice. It's about your ability to have a choice. And about the choice you make, it's about your ability to have one. So demiurge generates that choice to either go right or left. So one fulfill your true will, and the other way is going to fulfill your personal will. So every day or every choice we have, you're either making that choice in the fulfillment of your true will or thelema, or your personal will, which is strictly of the flesh. So we always have that choice. Every decision you make, like, is this something I'm doing to fulfill my personal will or my true will? We have that choice. Like, all right, if you're like, oh, okay, this is for my personal will, you're either going to do it or you won't. This is for my true will, you're either going to do it or you're not. So you always have that option. Do I want to fulfill my true will today or my personal will today? We always have. It's all about the choices you make. That's how you build rank. That's how you build rank. I'm only where I am now because I built up rank, because I made the decisions that I had to make, irregardless to the circumstances. Where I feel like my circumstances don't determine my decision making. Hence, as I gave the earlier example, if I had the decision of throwing the tarot deck away or being homeless, and I choose homelessness, that's just an example of I can supersede my environment. It was time for me to move on from that environment anyway. That's what that means. I just made the choice to fulfill my true will. Because my personal will would be, okay, I need somewhere to sleep. I need somewhere to lay my head. I need somewhere to make sure I'm cool and I can go to work and all that. That's personal will. Me, I would relate it to me. But the true will is, if you make this sacrifice, it will help people in the future. You may not be able to help nobody now, but everything you go through will be of assistance to some future. And that's the decision I made. I'm like, you know what? That seems like something a lot more grand. Because again, had I made the other decision, I wouldn't be here right now. Wouldn't have anything to say. With over 1,000 videos, with the personal videos and the website videos, I wouldn't have 1,000 pieces of content if I made a decision to fulfill my personal will. Right? I probably would have a lot more materialistic stuff. Right? I probably have a lot more material, but I wouldn't be able to help anybody really. I would have things for myself that I can claim for myself, sure. But in terms of how useful I would be to others, that's questionable. So that's how I see it. That's why I made the decision I made, because I felt these decisions will be helpful to others in the future. So that it's not for anybody to go through what I went through. It's just for you to learn from the experience. Someone who is wise learns from other people's experiences, right? That's all I'm doing. So for those who are wise, they take the experience and they learn from it. They don't ever have to go through it. You learn. You got the lesson. You learn from it. You know that. You know what's there waiting for you. You don't need to journey there yourself, because someone has already did it. I mean, the situation is already laid out, right? Let me actually change this. What you guys see? My endurance game. My endurance game. You see, let's give you an example. I can talk for, right? I just try to be conscious that other people got other stuff to do. You know, I know everybody's time is limited. You know, people only have a certain amount of time to dedicate to whatever it is that they do. You know, people got kids, jobs, responsibilities. You know, so I try to. That's why I was doing the daily content. You know, with the giving the daily predictions and stuff. I was doing all the daily predictions because I understand. I'm like, yeah, let me give everybody this. If all you got is 1 minute to spare your time, utilize that 1 minute in the most constructive way possible, right? That was my whole ideology behind doing the daily predictions and the daily content. Because again, I can do stuff like this all the time, but how many people wrote this much time? That's my whole thing. I'm like, how much people really have available? So I had to compress my lessons. They have to be compressed unless they're live. You see, lives can go on forever. You know what I mean? But I have to compress the lessons. Like for example, like I have like courses and stuff, you know, on the website and all that. I have things that are just straight information, which is different than the live stream. So like it's two different forms of content, right? Let's see. Give me 1 second to change this. Somebody asked me about a natal chart. I'll answer your question in just a second. But just to give the example, it's in my chart to be an artist. I'm not just an artist because I am one. I'm not a dark lord because I feel I am one. It's in my chart. Why I tell everybody verify what you think you are in your chart and see if your chart reflects what you are. Because if it do, that means you really think you are. And that's what you set your energy towards, who you actually are, not who you think you are. Right? And that's what it does. That's what a occult does. It allows you to verify what you think you are. So you may have an idea of what you think you are. Then you have what you actually are. Like we say you are. Where are your skills, your talents? Based on your chart, not based on what you think, or based on what you know. Because once we align with what we are, the next flow is smooth. Once what you're supposed to be doing here, what you came here to do, we can get distracted, but then we can always get back on track. Free will. Let me answer the question. Um, and clip off is clear that you are. And clip off is clear if you are with them, you came from white light. So I'm confused. People say they are in the middle. The full potential of both sides without the other. Full potential of both sides is without the other. Well, yeah, actually, the middle path is the best path because you can access both worlds. You can access the light and the dark, which is what you're supposed to be doing because we are dualistic beings. We have negative and positive current throughout our body anyway. Nobody is fully masculine or fully feminine. Nobody. Nobody, no matter who they are, how much they work out, how feminine or masculine they are. Everyone has chemicals in their body that makes them dualistic. Because that's a law of yours. So I'm not talking about the law of gender, where you're either going to have a male or female. We're talking about the law of polarity. So the middle path, to me, that's what I feel like show. I'm not really showing no left hand path shit. I'm not showing nobody how to do that shit or how to create more karma for themselves because they tap into the shit that's going to hurt or destroy some shit. I'm like decode your own life, decode your own chart, live the life you're supposed to live based on your chart alignments. That's all I'll be talking about. Just decoding the world. To me, that's middle path because I also talk about the dark. You know, just talking about the streets. So I will go into the dark, but you see, it ain't just all dark. This is a dark message, and anybody who can't get anything from it, I wouldn't say that. They may hear it. So yes, middle path, middle path. That's what you're supposed to be doing. Meaning, so if you're on the right, you should not be afraid to take a dip to the left. If you're on the left, you should not be afraid to dip on the right. Cause like you ain't it ain't roll with Lucifer because you hate God. It ain't to roll with God because you hate. It's, it's the whole Jesus and Satan getting by. That's Jesus told Satan to get behind him. He didn't say go. He said get behind me. Get behind me because I still need your ass. I need that negative power. So get behind me while I direct it. I'm going to I'm going to direct this force, which is needed. That's all it is. So Satan is just undirected potential that scatters and that it comes out in other areas of life. Undirected potential, whereas Lucifer holds light. Lucifer knows the potential and executes it. That's all. But again, Lucifer is a angel. So Lucifer, you can see it's dark, but he's also light. So that's why Lucifer is more so like the because Lucifer was created as an angel. So Lucifer is composed of light, ultimately. Even if he is the ruler of hell, he still is composed of the same thing that every angel is composed. So even Satan is still an angel, even though he rules hell. So by an angel. I think hell's angels is like a gang or something. That's what it is. That's meant for you. Because we're always told that like Satan tempts you to do sin, to commit sin and stuff, right? We call that Satan or Shaitan, for the Muslim Shaitan. Either Satan or Shaitan is the purpose is to tempt. But why is that there anyway? If you're not supposed to be walking the middle path. The fact that we can be tempted because we are in the flesh, meaning you're going to sin. There's no, you can, the Dalai Lama, you don't think the Dalai Lama sins? So we can say like the most spiritual people on the planet. I don't know who's more spiritual than Dalai Lama. It ain't nobody in the West. I know that. Like, let's stop f***ing ourselves. Like, fuck out of here. But because we're to be dark, we're supposed to, again, the Saturn current is here in America, in California. The root chakra of the planet is in California. The root chakra is Saturn. So we're supposed to be the demon makers and the necronomicons, the necro not workers. I'm saying the Necronomicon is a book. So to be necronomic is basically you're a follower of Cthulhu. So just to get clarification there. That's what we're supposed to be doing. It's all half. It ain't all even black magic. It ain't all negative. Black magic ain't just to fuck shit up. It's also to make things happen too. Because magic neutral. That's the middle path is neutral. Magic is neutral. Thought is neutral. Everything is neutral. What makes something good or bad? The observer. Two people can be looking at the same thing, and one person thinks it's fine, and the other person is the act. The act itself is neutral. It's the observer that makes it positive or negative. Okay. 1 second. I know there was a few questions. Okay. Yeah, we're back. We're back. We're back. Sorry about that. It's a lot. So back to they completely reject society. This is what I know about the Gnostics. Because you're talking archon stuff, and what I know about the Gnostics is based on the Gnostic book. And these people rejected society. They didn't want to work. I mean, they didn't want to be government slaves. This is their whole ideology. Their pastime was astrology, numerology, all these things that we're down that we about. This is what they were on. It's a continuation of that. When well, I don't remember what book says this, but it's once an initiate, always an initiate. Once an initiate, all it may be on tell off. Back to the book of the law. So that's the book of the law. Look for the book of the law. Look for and why every fool has always been a fool according to the book of the law, right? So everyone amongst us who is wise is because they always was. Everyone amongst us who isn't is because they never was. You know what I mean? There's no new initiative because you always was. And all of the people who are not, it's because they never was. And that's duality. That's the dualism of the universe. We have those who was with us and those who are not. It doesn't end whatever body is undergoing at that current. You will be that's a good time. When it's all science, and you be a modern Gnostic. Because that's what they were doing in their time. They also were cultists in their thinking. So they were into group sex. They were into orgies. They were into the sexual mysteries and tantra. That's what they did. They was into drinking blood. You know what I mean? Like on the vampire shit. Everything that you would throw up at, they was into. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers probably ain't drinking fetuses. You know what I mean? Because a woman got pregnant, they know how to get the fetus out the womb, and people enjoy the fetus. It's probably too graphic for most people, but I know that. I'm like, it's all the things that we praise, people wouldn't even be with. Like, you really think Egypt or Kemet, that people would be cool with it in the 21st century? Kemet would be banned. We wouldn't even be able to go there. Just like we couldn't go to Cuba. You know how long we couldn't go to Cuba? Egypt would be banned. You couldn't fly to Egypt if Egypt was still popping and they was doing what they was doing. Because it would be the complete reverse of what we're doing over here. So you wouldn't even have access to it. You wouldn't even have like if Egypt wasn't in ruin, you wouldn't even have access. And I don't want to say eat the whole Egypt, just the pyramids. You wouldn't even have access to the pyramids if they were still fully charged and supercharged. It's not that they don't still work, because they are. It is technology, ancient technology, that still affects the planet. But it wouldn't be cool. Again, they were into psychedelics. They were into the duat. They were into the tree of life, the tree of death. These things that are taboo. They was into the dark arts and black magic, and they were into all of this stuff. It's in the culture. So you wouldn't even be able to get to Egypt. You have to sneak in. You have to sneak in. But that's who we are in today's time. We are the energies that snuck out from the source to remind you of the source, so that you're not distracted with the bullshit. Because the bullshit is entertaining. It is entertaining. But it don't touch the soul. It's a good pastime, but it's not going to touch your soul and help you remember what is. All right. Where we at with it? Does the angle of degrees in which the sun sits in your sign, so you're talking degrees, do the degrees correspond to your chronological age? No, because the degrees only go up to 29 degrees. So when it comes to the zodiac can only be between 0 degrees and 29 degrees with signs. 30 times 12 gives you 360. So there is 360 degrees in total. Right? All the way from Aries to Pisces. So the degrees are more so the position that the planet was in the constellation that it was passing through. Not necessarily, because again, you got the zodiac, but then you got the house. The planet is moving and it's also rotating. So the rotation is based on the zodiac sign. The movement is the house. That's how the planet. So based on the planets are moving and they're also rotating. Rotation is what controls the zodiac. The movement is what controls that the planet falls in. So no, it doesn't necessarily correspond to your chronological age, but the planets do have cycles that do correspond to your to the degrees that you go through. Like for example, who are concerned with the Saturn return, which is Saturn again. If you were 16 degree Aries, if your sun was 16 degrees Aries, the sun is 16 degrees in. So the sun hits you have a lunar return every month, and you have a solar return every year. Then if we go to your Saturn return, okay, there's lag, or lag, rather not lag. The stream is lagging. I realized I literally had to stop. I literally had to stop it and start it. I know what it is. There's more than just the people who are interested that's watching this more watching. Yeah, motherfucker can put a plug on you. You know what's going on. But it is what it is. We're gonna work through it. But y'all let me know if it's still lagging. Let me know if it's still lagging, if we can continue. Yeah, I know it fluctuates. But you see, I've been in the same position for I don't know how long, right? See, I'm not moving. The phone is not moving. Nothing is moving, right? So if the signal is not steady, it's because there's interference, and the interference is not on my part. Because you see, I'm not doing anything. I'm not moving around the house. You know what I mean? I'm not going from room to room. I'm not doing all that. It fluctuates. I see. So I'm just letting you know it's doing that purposely. Because I guarantee if I was just talking about these, it's 100% smooth. Guaranteed. Right? You see, it wasn't fluctuating when I was talking about, the pussy, right? The pussy is popping out in the tents. She wasn't lagging then. You know how it is. You know how it is. It's a science to it. It's a science to it. It's all about what's coming out of your mouth. Because that's what you can monetize or not. I'm not going to be able to monetize this video because I cussed in this video. You see, majority of the time on it because I said the F word like 3, 4, or 5 different times, right? So all time is not gonna be monetized, all right? They ain't gonna let me monetize. We in here all for the strength of love. It's not because I'm getting paid. Like this is not gonna be monetized. You're not gonna see no ads unless YouTube puts ads on it because they want to. It's not because I can. But I'm doing that because that's how it should be. I mean, we need more love. Someone just asked me, like, what is your definition of love? Or what are your views on love? I feel like this is what I'm doing now. This is out of love. This is not because it's out of a paycheck. No one is paying me. I'm not going to get a YouTube check from this. This is just strictly out of love because it's not that I want. It is my duty. Make sure that those around me are straight. And if I can't do anything physically, I can at least put some beam in your head. That means I can. Why? Because it's motherfuckers who did that for me. Right? I'm just returning the love that to me. Why? Because my teacher didn't charge me nothing. It took me 9 months to memorize money. I didn't get charged for that. So the streets didn't charge me for the game. Now, of course, I invested into the game, of course. But in terms of how it came up, love that was shown to me, not just my family, but also my, the 5%, the Muslim family. Like everybody who was showing me love, wasn't charging me nothing. So who am I to charge for this at least? And I have stuff that I trust for anybody. But if you don't want to, you still get in the game. And to me, that's an act of love because you don't have to give me anything. You don't have to comment, you don't have to do anything. You still benefit, and you did nothing other than pay your own cell phone bill, and perfectly fine with me. I don't feel no type of way about it because it's truth. If I was lying to y'all face, I would be limited because I would be trying to get something in return. I would make some sale or profit because I'm just money. That would just be my mentality. I wouldn't be on here this long. It wouldn't make sense, right? If it don't make money, it don't make sense, right? Well, I'm worth that because there's no money being made here. But to me, it makes a lot of sense for people to know what's really occurring at this time and what has always been the current field, it's my duty to do this. That's why I've been doing it for as long as I've been doing it. All right. All right. Let's see. We play something else. And I know I missed a couple questions. I'll go back. I'll go back and answer those that I missed. Would I go to Greenland? Yeah. I'm all about travel because I have to show and prove, Show and prove hip hop. This hip hop culture is universal. I have to show and prove that. You know what I mean? And what better way to show and prove than to show forth hip hop is everywhere. Hip hop is universal. It's a universal culture. You know what I mean? Hip hop is more important than hit the minds and the hearts of the youth. And it's been that way. And it's supposed to be that way. Because hip hop is supposed to bring us out of our shell, bring us out of our torment, bring us out of our hellish. And again, I ain't talking somebody being a rapper or being famous. I'm talking about just the skill that you learn by participating in the culture. You're not a part of the culture if you don't have one of the nine elements. But that's why you can notice hip hop on a person because they have one of those. They have one of those nine elements. Let's see, what can I open up? 1 second here. I don't even know if I saved that. Did I save that? 1 second, 1 second. Let's see. I'm just trying to my own stuff, because I don't, if I play anything else, they try to hit me with a copyright strike anyway, and I put my own beat. You know what I mean? I fight that. It be shit that be going on that I don't be talking about. They try to hit me with a copyright because they said I used somebody else's beat, so I had to prove that I made the beat in my own software. Then they dropped it, so like I just try not to play anything out of motherfuckers trying to make the video no reason or whatever. So that's why I got an abundance of beats though, so it works out. Got a lot of these beats. That's funny. Okay, let's do this. All right. While you still going in, of course I'm still going in. That's what I'm saying. I stop for you guys' sake. I don't stop for my sake. I'm trying to be respectful of everyone else's time. You know what I mean? My time is limited. I said I can stand by and speak forever. They'll fall asleep before I'm done speaking. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. I guarantee motherfuckers will be in their bed sleep before I get tired. But it's supposed to be that way. When you're dedicated to what you do, it should give you energy. It should not bring you in. Happiness is good. Wouldn't you agree? It all depends. I don't think everybody is meant to be happy. I feel like, again, I feel like the world is full of a bunch of tricks. I mean, I don't like who's overly happy. I don't feel it's real. If you're overly happy, because we know the real world. You're not about to be overly happy when you know the reality of things. You can be balanced, and that's the middle path. Path is you understand the way of the world, but it doesn't stop you from doing what you have to do. Tips on reconciling Eastern and Western astrology charts. What exactly? What exactly about the Eastern and Western? I know I started to answer some questions from before. I just want to make sure that I'm playing proper. Let's see. See what I got. What about this? This works. This is good. Okay. Okay. We'll go to natal charts and make my own predictions. I mean, you can do. You know, there's the sites that display the positions of the planets, whether it's east or west. You know, there's countless websites that allow you to see what's going on, and that to put your information in, and you can see what your lines. Those are in abundance. It's just all about what school you see the east or west, but they're everywhere. Like the birth star, the not the birth star, the natal chart calculators and all that. They're all over the place, right? They're all over the place. But again, that's why like what I do, you can't get on the internet. You can't get off actually because they don't use these. I use alignments that ain't they're not mainstream. I use unmainstream alignment, so there's no way that you can go to. That's gonna show you what I could show you. But that's because I had to study everything that they already did, though. I can see do it a little bit more unique. I had to find little loopholes and stuff. But if you're just looking to see your own chart, you can go to anywhere on the World Wide Web. You know, you can see that anywhere. All right. It's all about the interpretation, right? But you said how to make your own predictions, so I guess you're not concerned with the interpretation. So if you're about making your own predictions, then you can use any website. But they're all over the place. There's no shortage of them, no at all. I know you're on the middle path, but in the flip off, it specifically says the spirit is not of the flesh, and creation is an abomination. That's what it says, but do you understand what that means? Say that's how the Gnostics thought. The Gnostics felt that the demiurge is playing a big ass joke on the people. That's why they said fuck work and we're just gonna ball out. That's their mentality because that's how they feel. Like the creation is an abomination. That is the Gnostic thought. That God, the God is just playing tricks on motherfuckers, is a trickster. The God that we worship is a trickster. That's the Gnostic view. So the Gnostics like fuck you. That's how the Gnostics. So we're gonna do our own thing. We're gonna do it the exact opposite of what we're supposed to be doing. Because the religious people and the people that's telling you to work, they're worshiping the same God that they want you to worship. So well, we ain't that God. So that's how the Gnostics rejected the mainstream God that told them to get up and get it, told them that they need to be doing something else with their lives, that they shouldn't be on their Shiva time. So that is the Gnostic perspective. What you're speaking about, the creation as an abomination. That's from the Gnostic view. Um, definitely keep the art alive. PK. What does Thoth say? What does it say about what? What does Thoth say about what? Natal chart and solar return charts. So I guess by rectify it, I guess you're just talking about interpretation, like Eastern, Western interpretation of the charts. Everyone has their own way of interpretation, right? The way I interpret is not the way that the mainstream interprets, because the mainstream automatically goes to the planets. So when they pull up a person's natal chart, they're automatically looking at the position of the planets. I don't do that. I'm not looking at the position. Like the way I rectify, the way that I decode, looking at the planets. I'm not looking at the zodiac. I'm not looking at the houses. I go to the aspects first. I want the aspects. Then I look at the mids. I'm looking at midpoints. I'm looking at specs. Because that tells a great story for me. Now, it may be different for someone else. Someone else can look at that wheel and they can get something. Like the sun in Aquarius in the fifth house, that may say something to somebody. That don't say shit to me. Sun in Aquarius in fifth house and all that, how most people decode, that don't do nothing for me. I got to see the aspect that the sun has. I got to see the midpoints. That's going to give me the orientation that I'm looking for. And only then look at the zodiac sign in the house to verify what I'm seeing in the aspects or the midpoints. But again, that's my principle. But again, some people straight to the wheel and they extract. Like, to me, it's too much going on. It's just numbers and symbols. It's too much going on for you to see. You know what you have to peel behind the layers. If you're trying to extract the gold from your chart, you definitely got to peel back the layers. You're not going to see it on the surface just by looking at the planets and the houses in the zodiac sign. You're not gonna find the secrets by looking at the surface. You got to peel back the layers. And there's so many techniques in astrology. There's so many techniques. You have perfections. You have progress charts. You got the transits. Of course, you got the natal charts. You got the midpoints, right? You got the harmonics, right? You got harmonics. Most people ain't talking about harmonics, right? What else you have? Then you got the Vedic scientists. You got Vedic astrology. You know, they got the 27 lunar matches. So they're not even dealing with the 12 houses. They're dealing with 27 houses. So you go from 12 houses to 27 houses once you go into the Vedic. Then not only do they have 27 houses, each of those 27 houses has 4 dimensions. Right? So you got 27 different houses, and each of those 12 houses has 4 dimensions. So your planet could be in any one of those 27 houses and in any one of those 4 dimensions within those 27. So you can see the detail orientation versus the west and the east is crazy, right? It's just you want to get more detail orientation from the east, but the east shows you a different perspective. If you're used to being a Scorpio in the west, the east is going to show you that, and it's going to give you all the detail orientation necessary for you to understand what that means. But you know, that's why it's good to trying to think like trying to think what was I doing when I first started. This is what I do now, but I'm like, yeah, I wasn't doing this when I first started. So, cause I was trying to do it like everyone else. But yeah, I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not, I'm not gonna tell you to do what everyone else do. I'm not gonna tell you to look at that wheel and try to decode the signs and the houses and all that. That may not be the way that works for you, cause that doesn't work for me now. It doesn't work for me now. Like that ain't telling me nothing. Again, Sun in Aquarius, fifth house. That may say, okay, you're an internet performer. I guess you can get that because Aquarius deals with the internet and Leo deals with performance. The performer, creative performance over the internet. Yes, you can get that, but that's not. But what are you doing on the internet? We see, okay, you're an internet performer because your sun is in Aquarius fifth house. But what are you doing exactly? We know what you're doing, but what exactly are you performing? You are an internet performer, but what is your performance? What are you performing over the internet? So then you gotta go into deeper levels. Now you gotta go into the aspects, right? You gotta see what is the relationship between the planets, right? What planets are making a planet weaker? What planets are making a planet stronger? Some planets will weaken the planet, some stronger, right? And once you see the relationships that the planets have between each other, that gives you a better understanding of how these energies play out. Houses just let you know what area of life the energy is in. You got 12 houses, you got 12 areas of life. So depending on what house, it just represents where the energy will manifest. where that planetary energy will manifest. So if your sun is in your fifth house, that means your sun operates in your fifth house. The fifth house is the house of luxury. You can say the fifth house is the house of luxury, of romance, children, fun. You got the keywords. That's just how your sun manifests. So the sun in the fifth house, the sun is powerful in the fifth house because the fifth house is ruled by Leo. Leo is ruled by the sun. So the sun in the fifth house, Leo, the sun is powerful in Leo because the sun already rules Leo. So the sun is very powerful. So when in Leo, so this again, there's certain houses that the planets do better in than others. Certain planets do better in other houses than others. Right? So again, you see, it's these inner relationships that help you to get the full picture. Versus, let's just say, if your sun was in the 12th house, now the sun is weak in the 12th house. The sun is strong when it's in Aries, but it's weak when it's in Libra. Because the sun is exalted in Aries and it is weak in Libra. So you see, there's a lot of interconnected energies that you have to know so that you can look at something real quick and get and extract what you're looking for. Because you can be staring into a chart a long time and not really know what you're looking for. You want to be able to locate what it is that you're looking for. And the more you understand the inner relationships, the better it is for that to manifest. Like, for example, the sun is strong in the fifth house, but the sun is weak in the 12th house because the 12th house deals with concealment. So that means the sun in the 12th house, that means that's a person that likes to remain concealed, right? So a person that likes to remain behind the scenes, a person that's more psychic in how they operate and deal with life. They deal with life from solitude versus, dealing with, they prefer solitude. So sun in the 12th house is a person that prefers solitude versus the fifth house, they prefer romance, and fun and creativity, and they enjoy children. Right. So again, so you see, I have that, so I can do that. You see, I can take you to those dimensions, but I like to go a little deeper. But you see, if that's the starting point, you just want to. The houses are the areas of life that the planets will manifest in, and the zodiac sign just represents the expression of the house. So I'm just giving an example again: Sun in Aquarius in fifth house. So I'll give another example, and I'll get back to the question. Just quick examples. So let's just say your moon was in Cancer in the seventh house. Moon in Cancer in the seventh house. Because the moon is in Cancer, let's see. Because the moon is in Cancer, the moon is powerful in Cancer. Moon has rulership over Cancer. The moon is not exalted in Cancer because the moon is exalted in Taurus, but the moon's rulership is in Cancer. So the moon is powerful still because you got the exaltation and you got the rulership. So when a planet is in its rulership, it's powerful, but the planet is most powerful in its exalted state or exalted state. Its exalted state is its most powerful. Its rulership state is the second most powerful. So, for example, the moon in Cancer is powerful, but it's not as powerful as a moon in Taurus because the moon is exalted in Taurus. So, moon in Cancer is how you respond. Heart and mind is energy moving in one direction. Because of the water moving all in one direction, a powerful rush of the seven. You got the physical body, but then you got the subtle body. So that's what was emanate. The chakra projects the subtle body. So the more moves, so this is a person who has a great desire for business. So they lag in the sense. Exactly. Again, you see, here the whole time, in the same one spot. Live stream. You because once it's all over, you see this 4 or 5 hour long video. Yeah, I missed my whole. For anyone who may want a reasonable consultation off. Yes, I do have Skype. So if you want to, am I ND Prolific, PROLI. That's my Skype. Everyone else should know my social media, because you can contact me via social media. Asher@ashlanew.com is the email. Mind Prolific is his line if you have it. Let me get back to the questions. Make this a harder experience than it needs to be. So yeah, finish up these questions, and I'll just start a whole nother stream, and yeah, hopefully that. So I'll just start up a new stream. So yeah, about the next. So if anybody has any questions, just ask it. I have to stick around because I know it's late now. I'm not checking the time, but I know that. All right. Rectify the East and the West. Then looking at your Eastern chart, it's like a purpose that they serve. So it's not, but you are a Eastern Libra soul, talking about what you can't see, right? So if you want to astrology, when you're more so trying to be individual and how you should operate as this in the personality. Because when you illuminate the soul,